Xinxiang saw Xiao Xianglin's face pale, slightly frowned. Master, how are you? Xinxiang saw Xiao Xianglin's face pale, slightly frowned. Master, how are you? After being hurt, not in the way, we also enter the SPAC crack and leave. Xiao Xianglin said that she had just spread the super energy that was erupted to protect the smoke. My clone can come out, go to rest. The smoky eyes are full of grat. One tooed. If it is not Xiao Xianglin, she is already dead. Long Yu was grateful, and my heart was secretly embarrassed. S said, Xiao Xianglin had a big strength this time. Well, I will hand it over to you. Xiao Xianglin began to heal in the time formation plate of Hidden Jade Villa. She has cultivated world-defying G. D-Source, fleshly body, and all aspects have improved a lot. It is not a resurrection. It takes a lot of time to heal itself. Master just gave me the Star of the Soul. Xinxiang took out the Star Spirit Stone and handed it to Long Yu and the Smoke Charm. You come here with such a big risk just to get this. Forget it. You let your master take it. Long Yu sighed, as long as it does not fall into the hands of the evil. The Smoke Charm also nodded. They all knew that the Creation Star Soul Stone contained the strength of the mantra, but they were not proficient in the mantra. Otherwise, they would not be here, and they would be trapped by the killing formation. Xiao Xianglin was the curse of Tian's. I plus and save them, so they unanimously agreed to give Xin Xianglin a thank you. Well, let's leave here first. Xinxiang and Long Yu and the Smoke Charm Pa-S said through the crack in the SPAC and came to Ancient Era. Creation Star Clan has escaped, and 4 of them have been trained by world-defying God Source. They are very evil and vicious guys. It's SSLE. Xinxiang pulled their hands tightly as they crossed the barrier, so there was no distraction, and the star people would definitely be scattered all around when they came over. Is this an Ancient Era? The Smoke Charm has not been here for a long time. Your injury is not light. You need to rest. Long Yu said, the Smoke Jade face is not blood-colored, making her not as charming as before. It's already much better now. Smoke Charm lightly smiled. Xinxiang, what do you want to do next? Long Yu said, go back to HEL first. We are more dangerous here. Xinxiang thought about it because he has not yet cultivated world-defying D-Source, and Xiao Xianglin is injured, and the smoke is also weak. Good. Long Yu now listens to Xinxiang's. They spent more than 10 days in Pale Devil City. They didn't have a way back in the Star SPAC. It was also because Xiao Xianglin was injured and needed rest. In the Star SPAC, there was a lot of killing, just directly from the SPAC. The crack came out. Xinxiang and Long Yu are all in the Smoke Charm building at this time. When the Smoke Charm is on the road, they enter Xinxiang's Hidden Jade Villa and use her time formation plate. At this time, it is almost as good as before. Fair and charming. Xinxiang, Xiaojie is better? Long Yu is worried. It should be almost better. She may be studying the Star Spirit Stone now. Xinxiang said with a smile, you don't have to worry about her. This is good. If she is affected by this injury, I will not be willing to go. The Smoke Charm said with a slight sigh, the charming and cute look is very moving. So I am relieved. Long Yu also sighed. Right, Xiaojie has already cultivated world-defying God Source? How come so fast? Xinxiang laughs and says nothing. Don't you succeed in refining the kind of Dan who can cultivate world-defying God Source? Long Yu was shocked. Some could not believe it. Xinxiang nodded. Really? It's too powerful. The smoke charmed and smiled and looked at Xinxiang with affection. When he came over, he pretended to accidentally fall into Xinxiang's arms. Xinxiang saw that the beauty fell, of course. It was natural to reach out and grab the delicate body and touch the soft and delicate jade body. He could not help but sway. The smoke charm is also so close to Xinxiang's, and it is said to be delicately pretty. My injury is not completely good, and I am not sure if I am not careful. Xinxiang sat in the chair, and the smoke charm was a haughty in his arms, leaning against his chest, watching Long Yu secretly bite his teeth. You are getting up. What kind of system is this? Long Yu quickly sipped. I shouldn't save you out. Why shouldn't you save me? Is it because I rob you of a man? The smoke charm is like a snake, wrapped around Xinxiang with his delicate body. Xinxiang coughed twice and forced the smoke charm off him. He feels that if Long Yu is not there, maybe the smoke charm will make something more crazy and fragrant. I don't know how to be ashamed. Long Yu was coldly snorted and saw Xinxiang take the smoke away, and her heart was inexplicably more comfortable. The smoke charm is just a giggle smile. Xinxiang, why don't you practice world-defying God source? Long Yu asked. I originally wanted to cultivate, but I am not worried about you, so I will not practice for a while, so that I can make some effort in HLL. If I knew that the a Sea of Stars can release the strength of world-defying God source, I will practice, Xinxiang said. Long Yu saw Xinxiang always worried about her, and couldn't help but feel moved. How did you refine this kind of Dan? This is almost impossible. The charm of the smoke is very curious, and the charming eyes show a deep love. This is my secret. Xinxiang's heart was filled with smoke and their relations. Hi plus P was so good, and it was tempting him all the time. Can you tell this secret to others? The smoke charm is not known, revealing the girl's ashamed state, and shyly said, People can also give you the most precious things for you. Smoke charm, what are you doing? Long Yu couldn't stand it any more. Hastily pulled the smoke charm. Young Master Xin is a great man. I admire it. Smoke charmed with a smile. He is not your man anyway. What are you worried about? I went back to Huang Tian building. After I cultivated world-defying God source, I went to ancient era. Xinxiang said, just got up, but was held by the smoked jade hand. I am practicing here. The smoke charm sighed. I don't have a Huang Tian building. I am more comfortable there. At least Huang Tian Sr. will not be convenient to me. Xinxiang laughed. I am going out. Hey, the guy who doesn't understand the style. The smoke charm smiled and said, I want you to take my chance. I won't mind. I don't want to take it now. Xinxiang feels that he must hand over the charm of the smoke to Su Maiyao Hua Shengyue, these charming women, so that they will be more happy. Xinxiang finally left the Yanmei building and returned to the Huang Tian building. Huang Tian Pill Devil is very beautiful at this time because he sold a lot of Ziyuan Divine Pill, so that Scorpio Pill Devil and Liege Pill Devil are dying. Xinxiang returned to the Huang Tian building, entered the secret room, ate the condensate divine pill, and began to practice. Xinxiang returned to the Huang Tian building, entered the secret room, ate the condensate divine pill, and began to practice. Divine pill has a lot of God source. Xinxiang has already eaten a second, and then he can only condense God source into world-defying God source, even if he cultivates world-defying God source. After eating divine pill, Xinxiang will be wrapped up by many crystals and then fall asleep until the energy of divine pill is completely refining. 2 days later, Xinxiang woke up and shook hands and felt how powerful the powerful God source was. I finally cultivated world-defying God source. Is this the strength limit? Xinxiang felt in his heart that the practice of the past years was always the breakthrough limit, and he himself did not know when he could really touch the strength, the peak. Long Yu has been in the Yanmei building and has not returned with Xinxiang. After Xinxiang came to the Yanmei building, he only saw the smoke charm greet him. Your little Yu is gone. Go back to ancient era. She is really generous, willing to leave you to me. The singer eats with the match with a smile. No Long Yu is here. She is more unscrupulous. See Xinxiang after that. they came together directly, fineness. H.I. plus Ing Xinxiang's clothes as if they were full-hearted wives, and the charming jade face was full of sweetness. Well, now my sister is not here. Let's explain it to you. What are you doing to me? If it was before, you can see that you are trying to stimulate your sister, but she is not here. Xiang grabbed the smoke and let her sit on her lap and caressed the fascinating face. Hey, I thought you really didn't understand the style. Smoke charm, giggled Jiao said with a smile. I didn't expect you to be a dishonest guy. Xiang glared at the smoke charm. Let her snuggle in her arms, and the smoke charm is very close. And the smoke charm is also very enjoyable, but also caressing Xiang's chest. It feels so good. You have already cultivated world-defying G. Oh, D-Source, great! The smoke charm is whispering. How can you let the monthly sister go to ancient era alone? Ancient era, the situation at this time, you don't know, it's dangerous. Xiang gently ped the nose of the smoke charm. You, this fairy, you are fast honestly. Why are you giving me a gift? It's not a fancy, you are very strong and young and handsome. But I really like you. Singing while playfully pouting. I originally followed little you to ancient era, but she refused to live and die. Shantao, I grew up watching her grow up. What would she know if she thought? She let me stay here, just to give you the opportunity to get along with me alone. Yan Mei used his hair to slap Xiang's face and sighed. She seems to have feelings for you too. Let's go to ancient era. Xiang took a deep breath and put down the smoke in his arms and stood up. Don't you express your opinion to me? The smoke charm saw Xiang look sad, and he was also slightly owned and became sad. Let's talk about it later. Xiang thought for a moment and said, If you really want to learn my Dan, I can give you a chance. Don't you just let yourself know? I know. Smoked happily said with a smile. I have already prepared, come on. Don't think about it. I'm asking you to help me alchemy. Xiang said, let's go to ancient era. You will know when you get there. Xiang and the long-awaited smoke charm came to ancient era and came to 100 Flowers Village. After entering 100 Flowers Village, the smoke charm saw many beautiful people, and it seems to be very good with Xiang relations. H.I. plus P, at least she can see their feelings for Xiang's from the women's eyes. After Xiang came back, he came to Deng Xianjuan with a smoky charm and pushed the smoke charm directly to Su Maiyao and Hua Shunyue. This bitter goblin is handed over to you to help me cure her. Xiang gave Su Maiyao and Hua Shunyue color, then went to find Feng Yujie. After Feng Yujie learned that Xiang had cultivated world-defying G, D-Source, it was also full of surprises. You little rainbow, the progress is always so fast. Feng Yujie squeezed a pair of Xiang's arms, then leaned on Xiang's arms and sighed. The divine fruit you gave us last time, we are all I have just mastered it soon, and we are very lacking in Tao Creation Saint Crystal, which affects our progress. Tao Creation Saint Crystal? This should not be a problem. I bring back a fairy. She should have a lot of Tao Creation Saint Crystal. And her Dan is also very good, and also cultivated world-defying D-Source. Xiang happily said with a smile, Well, it's been a long time, you just turned back a woman. Feng Yujie adjusted, said with a smile, I didn't eat her again. I just want her to help you. Xiang said with a grievance, Then you are too bad. People may want you to eat her, but you use her like this. Feng Yujie said with a smile, Well, I will treat her well. Xiang went to find Xue Xianxian Lu Meng'er. They also encountered the same problem. That is, Tao Creation Saint Crystal is lacking, and they have mastered a lot of legendary spell. I have to go to 9 Firmaments Dragon City, and I haven't seen those old friends for a long time, Xiang said. Now Long Jiuxiao is the strongest in the world and almost as cultivated world-defying D-Source. Their Dragon Clan guys are born with good apartment Toot, said Dongfang Xinyue. This is great. So, 9 Firmaments Dragon City has a certain strength. Xinxiang was a surprise. That is, 9 Firmaments Dragon City originally had a lot of excellent alchemists, and we have sent Dansei in the past, certainly strong. Xue Xianxian said with a smile, I will go to 9 Firmaments Dragon City. Xinxiang can't wait. Xinxiang immediately travels to 9 Firmaments Dragon City through the teleportation formation in 100 Flowers Village. After Pa S, sing through, it appears inside a hall in 9 Firmaments Dragon City. Long Shuangru is responsible for contacting 9 Firmaments Dragon City, so this is also the residence of Long Jiuxiao. When Xinxiang arrived, she just saw Long Shuangru coming. She was about to enter the teleportation formation to return. Shuangru. Xinxiang smiled and hattily walked over and stroked her face. You are finally here. I am jealous that he is free at this time. Long Shuangru said with a smile, I will go back first. You will go find him. Good. When Xinxiang came here, he felt as familiar as before. He had to go to Long Jiuxiao, but he passed, said by a lobby. At this time there was a fat man standing tall, not exactly a few hundred. People tell how brave and powerful they are. This person is Zhu Rong. Old Zhu is the same guy as before. I am going to tease him. Xinxiang immediately became a look and then entered the lobby. Zhu Rong is right. You are now the peak of legendary world defying realm. But this is not the highest realm. Xinxiang said after coming. Zhu Rong couldn't recognize Xinxiang. And at this time Yin Xiao Dao just came in and saw someone provoke his death. And he secretly rejoiced, then walked over and planned to help Zhu Rong. When Zhu Rong saw someone coming to the scene, he was slightly frowned. He saw Yin Xiao Dao laughing next to He, his face full of joy and sorrow, and he secretly suspected that this person was sent by Yin Xiao Dao. When Zhu Rong saw someone coming to the scene, he was slightly frowned. He saw Yin Xiao Dao laughing next to He, his face full of joy and sorrow, and he secretly suspected that this person was sent by Yin Xiao Dao. Legendary world-defying realm is the hard-to-reach peak for most people. What is it just a legendary world-defying realm? You say it is light, you know? Even the city lord of our 9 Firmaments Dragon City, Long Jiuxiao, now only about to cultivate world-defying Ji. Oh, D-Source, in other words, in the 9 Firmaments Dragon City, except the city lord, I am one of the best players. Zhu Rong boast shamelessly said, If wanted to play one game? Yin Xiao Dao suddenly refused to accept. No matter whether you win or lose, I am not 1 or 2. There is no need to fight. Zhu Rong said indifferently, But the last time you tried, you have lost to me. I am Imbara. S said, Why don't you say last time? And last time, you lost to me twice before. Yin Xiao Dao came over and said with a smile, The hero does not mention the courage of the year. Zhu Rong lightly smiled. You have lost to me recently, indicating that you are not as good as me at this stage. But before it was before, who did not lose? The 9 Firmaments Dragon City is not necessarily the strongest of you. We are 9 Firmaments Dragon City experts, as common as clouds. And we are not in the forefront of you, and you must be modest, dead fat. Yin Xiao Dao coldly snorted and said, There are many powerful old people in 9 Firmaments Dragon City. Many of the powerful old friends that Xinxiang met at the time are gathered in 9 Firmaments Dragon City, and Yin Xiao Dao and Zhu Rong are only in the eyes of these old people. Little Rascal is just the head. The old seniors are highly respected and strength outstanding. I certainly don't compare with them. Zhu Rong he smiled. Little Rascal Yin, let's go on. Don't continue to influence my teaching. If you want to find it, no problem now and me. Play one game. Do you know that I am hurt and still fight with me? Yin Xiao Dao snorted. Yes, then next time. Anyway, you will lose to me. Zhu Rong carefully followed with a smile, then waved and let Yin Xiao Dao retreat. Xinxiang couldn't help but laugh, and Zhu Rong and Yin Xiao Dao were as often as they were before. What are you laughing at? Zhu Rong looked at Xinxiang. Would you like me to fight with you? Said Xinxiang. Okay, no problem, so I can also point my profile 1 or 2 on the spot. Zhu Rong smiled. There is a martial stage here, let's play there. Zhu Rong points to an open area in front. Come on. Xinxiang immediately walked over. Yun Xiaodao was shocked. He didn't know what the person who emerged suddenly appeared. But most of them can be found in this place. Zhu Rong thought that this was Yun Xiaodao's person, but he didn't pay attention to it because he felt that Xinxiang's breath was not too strong, and he felt that he could deal with it. After entering the martial stage, you can open a form yourself to withstand the energy that erupted during the battle. At this time, the people around them were staring at them. Zhu Rong was their teacher. They also wanted to see how strong Zhu Rong's strength was. Fighting like Zhu Rong was very rare. Ready? I will let you fight first. Xinxiang said with a slight smile. You look really confident. Zhu Rong has already rushed over and hits Xinxiang in the air, setting off a blue brilliance, like a gust of lightning over the past. Xinxiang just trembled, releasing a weak force of Ji. D-source, flowing in flesh and blood. Zhu Rong, after the violent lightning strike came, Xinxiang used the power of D-source to block it. So he stood there and did not move. He succeeded in taking Zhu Rong. After Zhu Rong finished the game, she thought that Xinxiang would be burned out, but it was safe and sound, which made him show a look of ghosts. Even Yen Xiaodao, next to him, was surprised. Although this is a simple test, the power of Zhu Rong's palm is not weak, and unexpectedly does not cause any damage to the other party. Zhu Rong did not believe in evil, but also shot 2 palms in succession. 2 blue brilliances, with strong lightning, flashed away. In the blink of an eye, Xinxiang's body was covered, and the sound of pi-pi-pa-la was heard. Xinxiang, as before, stood there and did not move. Zhu Rong quickly retreated a few steps and was shocked. Who are you? Zhu Rong hastily asked. 9 Firmament City Lord. Yudedly someone was shouted, and Long Jiuxiao came. I saw a burly middle-aged man coming in the distance, wearing a golden armor, full of compelling dragon power, and when he walked he was even bursting. Xinxiang, don't make trouble. Long Jiuxiao smiled, shouted. Both Zhu Rong and Yun Xiaodao stunned, and then looked at Xinxiang even more shocked. I saw that Xinxiang's appearance gradually changed and changed back to an actual handsome appearance. Big brother Shen. Yun Xiaodao was pleasantly surprised, hastily shouted. Actually is your brother. I will say, how can there be such a wicked thing? Zhu Rong smiled and said, You guy, unexpectedly dare to mess with me. It's not because your cowhide is too loud and everyone Big Brother Shen can't stand it anymore. Yun Xiaodao said with a smile, I haven't seen you for a long time. There have been a lot of things happening, and you have become very strong, but there is a feeling that we just met each other. Xinxiang was very emotional. Yeah, many old friends walked away and scattered. Yun Xiaodao sighed. You all go back. Long Jiuxiao said to those disciplines. Those disciplines also know Xinxiang's things, but they are shocked because Xinxiang is a legend-like character in 9 Firmaments Dragon City. Then Xinxiang and Yun Xiaodao came to Long Jiuxiao's living room. I finally waited for you to come back. Long Jiuxiao said with a smile. You have cultivated world-defying God source? Brother, you have cultivated world-defying God source, and I am happy I just lost a big man. Zhu Rong said with a smile. It's very difficult to cultivate world-defying God source, 9 Firmament City Lord. You seem to have closed many times and stayed in the time formation plate for a long time, but there is no breakthrough. Yun Xiaodao said, Yes. Long Jiuxiao frowned and nodded. I am eating a breakthrough. Xinxiang happily said with a smile, Yeah, for a long time I almost forgot that you are an alchemist. Yun Xiao Dao took a thigh and remembered Shenxiang, the most powerful Aiden. One Tai. This kind of Dan I can make 100 flowers village refining it, but it takes a lot of Dao creation Saint Crystal. It takes about 150 million one. Shenxiang said, to be so many Dao creation Saint Crystal. Zhu Rong was shocked. This is not easy to get. Yun Xiao Dao shook his head. You should know about things outside of ancient era, Shenxiang said. I sent many people out that will look around 9 firmaments Dragon City. If they meet those underground people, they will go all out. Long Jiuxiao said, in addition, I also sent hundreds of elite teams, responsible for going out to hunt down the underground people. This group of people is doing evil, the means are cruel, and the death is not enough. Shenxiang is here to say this. Shenxiang is here to say this. I am going to talk to you about the underground people. Shenxiang immediately talked about the L family, Creation Crystal Clan, and the newly created Creation Star Clan, telling Long Jiuxiao about these things and let Long Jiuxiao respond. 9 firmaments senior, if you can go to Medicine G. Oh, D Villa and go directly to Medicine G. Oh, D. You can secretly unite. Shenxiang said, and I will find a way to break the barrier of Creation Medicine G. Oh, D State. Took the Creation Medicine G. Oh, D State. Creation Medicine G. Oh, D State is controlled by Creation Crystal Clan, which uses the energy of 9 Divine Tree to raise a large number of beasts while controlling several other Creation Clan. From the current point of view, Creation Crystal Clan is considered the overlord of ancient era. Well, I will go to Medicine G. Oh, D Villa for a trip. If it is successful, we will establish teleportation formation. Long Jiuxiao said, our firming firmament's Dragon City's Pildao is also very strong, and then cooperate with Medicine G. Oh, D Villa. We must be stronger. Well, then I will find a way to cultivate world-defying G. Oh, D Source, said Shenxiang, who then gave Long Jiuxiao more than a dozen clone spells and told Long Jiuxiao clone the use of the spell. Let Long Jiuxiao allocate these spells to the Soul Stone. I just want to go to Creation Medicine G. Oh, D State, I will come back later. Shenxiang said he also has an important thing to find Long Yu. Good. Long Jiuxiao nodded. Now he knows the specific situation of ancient era from Shenxiang's mouth. He didn't know so much before, and he didn't expect it to be so complicated. At least they have not yet explored the specifics of Creation Medicine G. Oh, D State. Shenxiang went back to 100 Flowers Village and went to find Lu Qilian, talked to her about a period of time, and then went back to find the smoke. Shenxiang, you must find little Yu. Don't let her go wrong. Smoke Charm seems to have fallen in love here because she can learn Shenxiang's Danshu here and already knows Shenxiang's many things. Well, you can help me protect 100 Flowers Village, and if 9 Firmaments Dragon City is attacked, you have to shoot, Shenxiang said. Know it. Smokey and Sumayao, they're very familiar after all. She is a pill devil. Dan is still very clever and also masters many herbs. Shenxiang, I will leave a clone down. Xianglin suddenly came out of Hidden Jade Villa. This is one of her clones. I went to find Menger, and I have a clone here. I can know it here. Things. Shenxiang nodded. Then came to Xue Xianxian with Xianglin. They saw what little Baihu and Dongfang Jing were doing. They saw Shenxiang and Xianglin coming, and they were very happy. Little Baihu, Xianglin's little disciple, is now more familiar with Lu Menger for their refiners set-up formation. Xianglin, after seeing Xue Xianxian and Dongfang Xinyue, immediately took out the disc that D-Lord gave her and told them about the role of the disc. This is a very good project. Su Yuqing just took a look and took a deep breath. Well, I can't do it myself. I need your help. Xianglin nodded, which also caused her to leave a clone here. This also requires a very powerful source of energy. Lu Menger frowned. Where is there such an energy source in ancient era? Xue Xianxian said with a long sigh. Otherwise, it is difficult to maintain such a large formation. Creation Medicine G. Oh, D state. Xinxiang said. So I have to get the Creation Medicine G. Oh, D state back. Creation Medicine G. Oh, D state's 9 divine tree means energy sources. But these energy sources are hidden in mysterious places and need to be opened by the creation origin key. It's up to you, said Xiao Xianglin. I will succeed. Xinxiang left the yard and found Xue Ying, the phoenix, and brought her. Originally, he was looking for Long Xue and Long Yulan and Long Huishan. But they all went out, so they can only take Xue Ying because she belongs to the divine beast. After leaving 100 Flowers Village, Xinxiang went to Creation Medicine G. Oh, D state. Through Long Yu's dragon scales, we should be able to find her, said Xiao Xianglin. At this time, Mai and Jing sisters are telling Xue Ying about some things. The reason Xinxiang brought her is to find Long Yu, the creation beast clan. At the beginning, Chu Jinfeng awakened a strong strength. It seems to be a ritual through creation beast clan. He remembers that Long Yu once said that Phoenix is a rare divine beast. The hidden strength is strong, and there is undying. Primogenitor of creation beast itself has a certain undying bloodline, so he will become like that later, and primogenitor of creation beast inherits this powerful undying force when creating beasts. The things outside are actually so complicated. I went out and killed a group of underground people. These guys are also very strong, said Xue Ying. First go find Long Yu and see if she has any way to motivate the strongest strength in your body. If it is successful, you might have a real undying body, even condensing world-defying God source, said Xinxiang. Yeah. Xue Ying is looking forward to. If I have a strong strength, I can fight alongside you. That is. Xinxiang happily said with a smile. Among 100 Flowers Village, there are many women who are good at fighting. At this time, most of them go out to kill the underground people. For example, Bai Yuyu and Bai Ziqian are the captains of a small team. When they return, they will be replaced. Another batch went out. Xinxiang went straight to Creation Medicine G. Oh, D state, and came out of the barrier of Creation Medicine G. Oh, D state, a few days later. The powerful guy who last tracked me personally should be Creation Crystal Clan Emperor. I am here now, haven't seen him coming out? After Xinxiang, cultivated world, defying G. Oh, D-Source, even Golden Fire Overlord was not afraid. This barrier has been enhanced. Xiao Xianglin frowned. I can break open, but it takes a lot of time. I am going to refine a formation plate now. You should go to Primogenitor of Creation Beast first, maybe. Long Yu went to find him. Xiao Xianglin said before that if she cultivated world defying G, oh D-Source, she might break into the powerful barrier of creation Medicine G, oh D-State. At this time, she has already let a clone start to refine the formation plate, and the deity is going to comprehend the star spirit stone. The altar of the primogenitor of creation beast is 1,000 miles away. The earth on the ground is dark, and it is also sinister and rich in black blood. It's the blood of evil beast. Xinxiang grabbed a touch of mud and then frowned. Is Long Yu killing evil beast here? He hadtily rushed to the altar. The altar has become dark, and all around the earth is the body of all kinds of beasts, all broken. And there's a pile of hills. It is a body like a human. It is the creation of shapes. I plus FT's beast. After Xinxiang came, she saw Long Yu. She gasped and stood on the head of a black giant tiger. The scales on her body were broken, and many dragon scales were dropped. The black sword in the hand was also full of collapse. The whole body is rolling. On the altar, next to the primogenitor of creation beast, stood a handsome man wearing a gorgeous gold armor, holding a long spear, pretentious, full of pride. Long Yu, you still let the creation beast clan emperor position. The man is coldly said, Yang Jinwei, Creation Beast Clan has been killed by me. What do you want to use with Creation Beast Clan? Long Yu wiped the sword in her hand, although she looked rather wolf at this time, but she was bloody. The momentum on her body is not weak at all, showing that she was not injured. Yang Jinwei, Creation Beast Clan has been killed by me. What do you want to use with Creation Beast Clan? Long Yu wiped the sword in her hand, although she looked rather wolf at this time, but she was bloody. The momentum on her body is not weak at all, showing that she was not injured. As long as Creation Medicine D state and this primogenitor of Creation Beast are in, I don't have a strong army of beasts. Yang Jinwei laughed. And at this time you control the beast of the beast. Those inferior beasts only listen. You command, they must have a big complaint against you. You will give it to me. Why? Long Yu said with a sneer. Just my father is Golden Fire Overlord. Yang Jinwei said while loudly laughing. Ancient Era will be half of our Yang family. Xinxiang was shocked by the heart. This Yang Jinwei, unexpectedly, is the son of Golden Fire Overlord. The grandson who was injured by him was the son of this man. Golden Fire Overlord, didn't he come? His grandson has been abolished and dared to let his son come. Long Yu said with a smile, This account that my son was abolished, I will be clear with Xinxiang. We will take him sooner or later. You don't have to worry. Yang Jinwei, gloomy and cold, smiled. Xinxiang is now the key to our plan. You seem to have been saved by her. What about others now? I am here. Xinxiang suddenly appeared, directly below the altar, looking at Yang Jinwei above. Long Yu thought that Xinxiang had to undergo a period of time to break through. I didn't expect to unexpectedly cultivate world-defying D-Source so quickly. She came to Ancient Era in advance, just to settle the Creation Beast Clan. After the beasts of the beasts, they all died here. The betrayed beast will come here to eat the meat of primogenitor of Creation Beast, which will be used to strengthen himself and become a more powerful evil beast. It will become the main strength of evil in the future. So Long Yu can't wait. Just come over. Long Yu has 2 clones, and even now facing the Golden Fire Overlord will not be as unstoppable as before. Yang Jinwei saw Xinxiang. Could not help, but he did not expect that Xinxiang just mentioned. Xinxiang appeared here, and he even suspected that Xinxiang is very likely to come very early, but has never appeared. Your son is abolished by me. I keep his dog life. You should be grateful to me. Xinxiang said with a sneer. After hearing it, Yang Jinwei was furious, and the long spear in his hand immediately took off his hand, swaying the world, setting off a fierce storm and spurting toward Xinxiang. I have to say that Yang Jinwei's strength is very terrifying. Just throwing long spear, it bursts out a golden wind, like a dusty storm covering the earth. Originally, all around was painted black, full of the flesh and blood of the beast, but all of them were blown away after the guns spurted out. Xinxiang is already ready. The mirror of 6 paths gushes a white light. When the long spear spurs down, it is blocked by the white light. Even a little chi wave does not overflow. The golden wind that broke out originally, the countless wounded corpses that had been blown out, was suddenly sucked back by a suction. All flocked to Xinxiang's divine mirror of 6 paths. Devour. Endless devour. All the energy of all around is flocking to Xinxiang's divine mirror of 6 paths, and the golden long spear has fallen into the divine mirror of 6 paths. Yang Jinwei suddenly sweats on his forehead, and the golden long spear is his divine weapon, but now it has to be swallowed up. In anxious, Yang Jinwei slammed his fist, and the golden giant fist hammered down, and Xinxiang waved back against the falling golden light. Hong Long, a striking that shook the earth as if it had collapsed, broke out. The shocking heaven palm, which was driven by D-Source, was distorted. The power of the powerful D-Source of Yang Jinwei's golden giant condense was also shaken. Devour him. After Xinxiang loudly shouted, divine mirror of 6 paths flashed white and swallowed the long spear directly, slaughtering evil dragon now. Shin Xiang waved his hand, his arm suddenly burst into red and black, and then rushed up. He punched Yang Jinwei in the air and saw a black and red dragonfly flying out, turning into a powerful fist energy. This punch is the pressure of condense, which was originally in the daytime, but all the S, P, A, C in all directions collapsed and became dark. Yang Jinwei just felt the incomparably powerful momentum, and the heart was full of fear. The whole altar was violently shaking, and it seemed to be shattered. "Father!" Yang Jinwei, the voice of fear, shook a little, loud voice screamed. Shen Xiang's killing dragon boxing has fallen on Yang Jinwei's body like a dragon rust. Plussing past, running through his body, and pouring into the altar. Boom! The altar was directly smashed by this strength. Yang Jinwei had no residue left, and the primogenitor of creation beast was sealed on the altar. He was also affected, but he still had a little piece left, and then it was broken. In just a few moments, the block restored him. I almost got killed. Primogenitor of creation beast remembered that Shen Xiang had just punched and was shocked. "Let's go! Golden Fire Overlord is coming soon. This guy can't handle the madness, and he might come and create Crystal Clan Emperor." Primogenitor of creation beast said, quickly, taking out a formation plate. "Transfer to Shen Valley and Longyu to a valley." After coming to the valley, Shin Xiang saw a small house, saw a child sitting at the door of the hut, and a middle-aged man who was concentrating on the closed eyes and basking in the sun. "Tree Boss S.H.I. plus Shu!" Shin Xiang quickly shouted. Primogenitor of creation beasts teleportation formation unexpectedly can be delivered to this place. "Where is this?" Long Yu asked, and she seemed to know S.H.I. plus Shu and the Tree Boss. "This is Chuanyuan Valley," the Tree Boss replied. "Shen Xiang, haha, we finally met," S.H.I. plus Shu said with a smile. "This little rascal, really live, unexpectedly not dead." The Tree Boss said, "It's still with Old Dragon. Are you not dead?" Primogenitor of creation beast said with a smile. Primogenitor of creation beast come here. Obviously there are other intentions. "I still have something to deal with. I want to leave this." Long Yu said that although she had already put down her hatred against the primogenitor of creation beast, she was still not used to it. "Little girl, do you have anything to come out?" The Tree Boss, the seemingly fart child, shouted, making Long Yu very angry. "Important." Long Yu coldly snorted. Golden Fire Overlord's son gave up. Primogenitor of creation beast said, "Golden Fire Overlord will definitely go crazy." "Who did it?" asked S.H.I. plus Shu, but he seemed to have an answer. "I accidentally killed him. I thought I would keep him and threaten Golden Fire Overlord with him." Shin Xiang didn't really think that his killing dragon fist was so terrifying. He knew that he would not have to kill 3. Scarlet Dragon is a fusion. 1 is enough to kill Yang Jinwei. "It's so powerful," the Tree Boss haha said with a smile. It was the inheritance of Shen Xiang's penetrating power, but this penetrating power seems to be of no use. Both the Tree Boss and S.H.I. plus Shu have been under the strength of Tao, Creation, God Lord. Now the primogenitor of Creation Beast can come here. It seems that their relations H.I. plus P is good. Both the Tree Boss and S.H.I. plus Shu have been under the strength of Tao, Creation, God Lord. Now the primogenitor of Creation Beast can come here. It seems that their relations H.I. plus P is good. How is the situation outside now? The Tree Boss said, "We have not been here before, and have been here and the others. The original we are waiting for H.E.L.L.G. Oh, D Lord, I didn't expect you to come," S.H.I. plus Shu said. In the prophecy of Tao Creation Oh, D Lord, it has been determined that only one of the ancestors of H-E-L-L-G, oh, D Lord, can survive, and primogenitor of creation beast can, or, this is a variable. Primogenitor of creation beast didn't know anything about the outside world. He looked at Xin Xiang and Long Yu. For me. Shan Xiang then told them about the crisis that ancient era had encountered at the time. It seems that it is time for us to take the shot. Let's go to the H-E-L-L-G, oh, D Lord first. The boss said, I'm afraid we can barely suppress the guys who live in Creation Star Clan. It's enough to deal with them, says Xin Xiang. And Creation Crystal Clan masters Creation Medicine G. Oh, D-State, which is my biggest concern, and must completely prevent them from gaining the energy of Creation Medicine G. Oh, D-State. This is a problem. You have 9 creation origin keys in your hand, which requires you to enter the divine tree of Creation Medicine G. Oh, D-State, with a Pa-S sage in each divine tree that will eventually lead to the same place. It is the source of the energy of ancient era. The tree boss said that he is a divine tree, so he will know these things. I will go now, said Xin Xiang. I will go with you. Long Yu said, there are a lot of beasts in Creation Medicine G. Oh, D-State. Now it should be used by Creation Crystal Clan to ingest the energy of the 9 divine tree. As soon as I enter, I can let they quickly withdrew. Good. Xin Xiang nodded. Xin Xiang and Long Yu left the valley together and quickly flew to Creation Medicine G. Oh, D-State on the divine mirror of 6 paths smoke charm? Did she come to you with ancient era? Long Yu said, come here. I settled her in a place Alchemy. You don't have to worry about her. Xin Xiang said, we will enter the Creation Medicine G. Oh, D-State first. If the strength is not enough, let the smoke charm help. Creation Medicine G. Oh, D-State has a strong barrier outside. I have been there before, and it is difficult to break through. Long Yu frowned and said, I don't know if Xiaojie has a way. She is so powerful, it should be no problem. She said that in the refinement of the formation plate, it will be completed soon. Xin Xiang said, as long as it is not the kind of violent law, we can mix it in secret. Shen Xiang has let Xiao Xianglin refine the formation plate of the solve barrier, allowing them to mix in with minimal movement. If this is the case after I go inside, I can quickly know what is going on through the beast. Long Yu said, if the movement is too big, the people inside will be inevitably fighting, and the strength of Creation Crystal Clan is not weak. Now try to avoid fighting with them. And there is Golden Fire Overlord is definitely in the Creation Medicine G. Oh, D-State. Golden Fire Overlord's son was killed. Golden Fire Overlord will be furious. Xin Xiang thought of this, but also secretly warned that after entering the Creation Medicine G. Oh, D-State, there are too many opponents to face. Xin Xiang and Long Yu came outside the Creation Medicine G. Oh, D-State, and looked at the situation inside. They only found that the light from the big tree inside was dim. It may be that the soul of the tree converges energy, said Xin Xiang, and then took out the modeling plate that Xiao Xianglin had just refined. He opened the formation plate and faced the invisible barrier shrouded in Creation Medicine G. Oh, D-State. The strength of the formation plate is released, and Xin Xiang and Long Yu feel a very strange, strong strength, as if they have penetrated the barrier. At this time, the barrier also swayed violently, causing a whistling sound throughout the Creation Medicine God state. A Pa-S sport has been opened, let's go in. Long Yu shouted, then hastily pulled Xin Xiang to the gap of the barrier. Soon after they entered, the gap in the barrier was closed. If Golden Fire Overlord is here, will he find us? Shen Xiang was previously tracked by Golden Fire Overlord and Creation Crystal Clan Emperor. Now that he has cultivated world-defying G. Oh, D-Source, he can hide more atmosphere. It's hard to say. In short, I am more likely to be discovered by them. Long Yu has closed his eyes and built a telepathy with the beasts here. This telepathy allows her to read the memories of all the beasts and see what these beasts see. There are a lot of beasts who bite the trunk inside Divine Tree, like digging a divine tree from top to bottom. Long Yu said, I have stopped these beasts. If I dig it down, it won't take long. Divine tree will definitely fall. Can you know where Yu Weizhou and Zhuo Xingfeng are? I am looking for them. Xinxiang is now afraid to contact Chu Jinfeng, Golden Fire Overlord and Creation Crystal Clan. He definitely knows Chu Jinfeng and his relations. HI+P and is strict with Chu Jinfeng. The surveillance, if he contacted Chu Jinfeng, is likely to harm Chu Jinfeng. Found. They are all in the Purple Fire Divine Tree. Currently, only the Purple Fire Divine Tree has not been affected. Yu Weizhou and Zhuo Xingfeng used a big strength to make Creation Crystal Clan give up the Purple Fire Divine Tree. Long Yu said. Well, let's go to the Purple Fire Divine Tree now, said Xinxiang. I won't go. I want to control the people who make up the Creation Crystal Clan. Long Yu closed his eyes and saw a lot of things, saying, There are also a lot of Golden Fire Overlord people here, but their strength is not too strong. You don't have to worry about them. Xinxiang, go to the Purple Fire Divine Tree now. After Creation Crystal Clan occupied Creation Medicine G. D-State, many people in it complained because Creation Crystal Clan and Golden Fire Overlord were pressing them, especially alchemists, and they were forced to use alchemy. The refining of the Dan is made from the flesh and blood of the beast, and the beast eats the bite of the divine tree, and the strength of the divine tree can be obtained. If the heart flesh of the beast is taken out, the alchemy can be refined. Creation Crystal Clan, even if they have a lot of Tao Creation Saint crystals, can't refine Dan, which can make them break through their own bottlenecks. Xinxiang sneered in his heart. It can only be done by this means. He soon came under the Purple Fire Divine Tree, and now only the Purple Fire Divine Tree has a better environment, and the other Divine Tree are bleak. Xinxiang entered the Divine Tree and immediately took out a leaf, which led him to find Zhuo Xingfeng. Zhuo Xingfeng lived in a higher place in the Purple Fire Divine Tree. After Xinxiang flew here, he entered a tree hole and saw Zhuo Xingfeng and Yu Weizhou, and he immediately appeared. You old Zhuo is old. Xinxiang appeared behind him, and they became more aware of their breath, because they saw someone suddenly appearing, and they immediately ran their strength and prepared to attack. Both Yu Weizhou and Zhuo Xingfeng have developed world-defying D-Source, which is also a strong strength here, and is also sheltered by Divine Tree, so Creation Crystal Clan and Golden Fire Overlord are very jealous of them. Xinxiang. Yu Weizhou saw Xinxiang, excited and surprised. Zhuo Xingfeng was also excited to have come over, but they waited for Xinxiang to wait for a long time, because they knew from the beginning of Chu Jinfeng that Creation Crystal Clan was not a good thing. Zhuo Xingfeng was also excited to have come over, but they waited for Xinxiang to wait for a long time, because they knew from the beginning of Chu Jinfeng that Creation Crystal Clan was not a good thing. At this time, Creation Crystal Clan does not hide it, using the madness of the beast to destroy the 9 Divine Tree. We are now going to completely break the barrier that envelopes Creation Medicine G. D-State. Xinxiang said, Then people flee here. There must be a great war here. Do you want to do this? Now it's all about you. Yu Weizhou knows that Xinxiang has many means. In the Purple Fire Divine Tree, there should be a strange door that leads to a secret source. And I need to get there, said Xinxiang. Xiao Xianglin gave him the formation plate to break the formation, mainly because the energy provided was not enough, so he could only open a pass, sage for a short time, and let him and Long Yu come in. If there is enough strength, you can motivate the formation plate to destroy all the barriers and large formations that are enveloped in the Creation Medicine G. D-State. The soul of the tree should know this. Xinxiang said, Come take me to the place where the soul is. Speaking of the soul of the tree, Zhuo Xingfeng and Yu Weizhou's faces are extremely ugly. The soul of the tree has been vanished from sight. We don't know what the reason is, and the tree's spirit has not completely disappeared after being sealed for such a long time. Zhuo Xingfeng said. The same is true for other divine tree. Yu Weizhou was indignant. They are Creation Crystal Clan, a group of beasts who are now angering the soul. No problem, we are going to the place where the soul is located. Shenxiang has been to the secret of the tree spirit before. Yu Weizhou and Zhuo Xingfeng hastily headed with Shenxiang. After coming to the stone room, there was nothing in the empty S.P.A.C., and there should be a purple glowing bead here. Shenxiang lets He Fengyuan come out, and she can contact the purple fire divine tree. After closing his eyes, He Fengyuan said, "The soul of the tree has been hiding because he feels that the crisis is coming. He is hiding in the source of energy." "Where?" Zhuo Xingfeng hastily asked. "It's at our feet." He Fengyuan pointed to the ground. "Requires creation, origin, key to open." "Shenxiang, you go in. We are outside," Zhuo Xingfeng said. "They are all monitoring our every move. Now, when we see us coming here, we will be suspicious." Yu Weizhou said, "You can quickly solve the seal of Creation Medicine G. D state, so that people can leave temporarily." Creation Medicine G. D state is very crowded and has many people, and Divine Tree in other areas has been controlled by Creation Crystal Clan. If the person with world-defying D source is here at Great War, it will definitely affect many people. If the road can be hidden, it will be a serious injury. Shenxiang nodded, then let He Fengyuan enter the hidden jade villa, and then took out 9 creation origin keys. Yu Weizhou and Zhuo Xingfeng have gone outside. Shenxiang pierced the ground with 9 creation origin keys, only to see the ground suddenly purple light, and then he fell into a purple Pa-S-Sage. After a few blinks, he came to a huge S.P.A.C. with 9 colors of fire, and in this huge S.P.A.C. there are 9 great fire A.L.L.S. with different colors. This is the energy source of the 9 divine tree. Shenxiang looked up and let He Fengyuan come out. "I contacted the soul of the tree. He said that you can enter this place and you can control the strength here. You only need to hold the creation origin key in your hand and you can freely ignite the energy inside," He Fengyuan said. Shenxiang took out the unsealed printed formation plate, then clasped 9 creation origin keys and pointed to the formation plate. After seeing the movement, I saw 9 creation origin keys S.H.I. plus Ning and igniting a strong light rainbow into the formation plate. The energy that was suddenly poured into it was very violent, and the formation plate violently trembled, and then the formation plate broke out with a chi wave. Chi wave broke out, then formed an energy S.H.I. plus ELD, slowly expanded, and finally enveloped the entire Creation Medicine G. D state. Creation Medicine G. D state. After violent shaking, the Creation Crystal Clan was used to cover the creation of the Creative Medicine G. D state. Successful. Shenxiang is secretly excited. Now wait for Xiao Xianglin and Xue Xianxian to refine their barriers. If they are successful among the ancient era, those who cultivate world-defying D source cannot use the strongest strength. Otherwise, it will be transmitted as if it were in HELL. In the outside, Long Yu sensed that the barrier was broken. She immediately controlled all the beasts leaving the Creation Medicine G. D state. In the next moment, the number of hunting 1,000 beasts was like a flood, and they rushed out along the rivers. Yu Weizhou and Zhuo Xingfeng are full of joy. What have you done? Creation Crystal Clan Emperor suddenly appeared outside a tree hole in the purple fire divine tree, suspended in the air, and the dime of the golden crystal of his divine tree S.H.I. plus Ness. We just untied the shackles of Creation Medicine G. D state. Zhuo Xingfeng said with a sneer. You want to do something about Creation Medicine G. D state, we are very clear. Both Zhuo Xingfeng and Yu Weizhou have already cultivated world-defying D source, and after the seal was broken by Shenxiang, the light of the entire Purple Fire Divine Tree suddenly rose. Creation Crystal Clan, from now on, we are no longer oppressed by you. Yu Weizhou snorted and slammed into Creation Crystal Clan Emperor. The fist energy bursts in addition to the purple flash, vibrating the entire Creation Medicine God state, such as the beam straight into the Creation Crystal Clan Emperor's body, directly through it, making a big hole in the Creation Crystal Clan Emperor's body. Yu Weizhou clenched his fist and felt the angry strength given by the Purple Fire Divine Tree. His heart was also shocked. This is the strength of Divine Tree. You, why can you borrow the power of Divine Tree? Creation Crystal Clan Emperor is full of surprises and fears. This is what he has been yearning for, which means controlling the strength of Ancient Era. They have been using the beast to transform the strength of the Divine Tree for their own use, which is far less terrifying than the direct delivery of the Divine Tree. Zhua Xingfeng has flashed behind Creation Crystal Clan Emperor, and with the palm of his hand, the purple light smashes the lower body of Creation Crystal Clan Emperor, hitting the Purple Fire Divine Tree and being absorbed by the Purple Fire Divine Tree. Creation Crystal Clan Emperor, the body was hard, only the upper body, just to fall, was caught by Zhua Xingfeng is a burst of madness. Golden Fire, save me. I only heard Creation Crystal Clan Emperor loud voice screaming. That guy ran away. Yu Weizhou looked at the golden light that had disappeared in the air. He returned to Origin Creation God territory, but he wouldn't be willing to give up. The power of Divine Tree in Creation Medicine D state has always been they want to control, but now we see that we are in control, and we definitely think they can. What about other people in Creation Crystal Clan? Said Zhua Xingfeng. All killed. Yu Weizhou coldly said, they have made a lot of devastating things during this time, and they are not enough to die. Yu Weizhou looked at the Creation Crystal Clan Emperor lying on the tree hole pass, sage, angrily said, just kill him. It is too convenient to him. Zhua Xingfeng waved his hand, palms purple chi, then pressed down the flask at H.I. Plusing purple light screamed, heavily squatting on the body of Creation Crystal Clan Emperor, pressing it into a purple mist, then being Purple Fire Divine Tree absorption. Zhua Xingfeng waved his hand, palms purple chi, then pressed down the flask. H.I. Plusing purple light screamed, heavily squatting on the body of Creation Crystal Clan Emperor, pressing it into a purple mist, then being Purple Fire Divine Tree absorption. After Xin Xiang came out, he frowned. I just felt a strong breath, just now. How did it disappear? That guy is Creation Crystal Clan Emperor. It has been killed by us. Zhua Xingfeng laughed. You are late. You are really quick to start. Shen Xiang happily said with a smile, and saw that Zhua Xingfeng and Yu Weizhou had such a strong strength, and his heart was secretly happy. Shen Xiang, let us know what is going on here. Yu Weizhou said, you don't have to worry about it. Wait a while, come back. I promise that it will be better. Then I will be relieved. Xin Xiang nodded and smiled. Even if Golden Fire Overlord comes back, we are not afraid of him. We will not seal them to Creation Medicine D state. Zhua Xingfeng said, they haven't cultivated world-defying D source before, and even relying on Divine Tree strength is difficult to fight against Creation Crystal Clan and Golden Fire Overlord. But they have now cultivated world-defying D source, which is more powerful than Divine Tree strength. Shen Xiang went to Long Yu, and Long Yu also took control of Creation Beast Clan. The situation in Ancient Era should be basically stable. HELLGOD Lord led the HELL hunting army to deal with the HELL family, and the tree bosses went to deal with the Creation Star Clan, Long Yu said. No, Golden Fire Overlord will definitely return. Xin Xiang said, before this, I must protect Creation Medicine D state. The HELL family is definitely a lot. I am going to reinforce H-E-L-L-G. Oh, D Lord! Long Yu said, after all, she holds a large group of beasts, which is also a weak strength. Good. Xin Xiang nodded, and he returned to the valley. Only the primogenitor of creation beast in the valley is here. Although he has the body of indestructible, his strength is far less than that of the tree boss and S-H-I plus Shu. Only less than 10 days the creation medicine G. Oh, D state thing is solved. Primogenitor of creation beast said with a smile. Yeah. Xin Xiang lightly smiled, sitting on a stone bench. You saved me. By convention, you should possess the strength of the indestructible body to me. Later, Xin Xiang let Shuang come out. Phoenix, she has the body of indestructible, but she hasn't fully awakened that strength. Primogenitor of creation beast said, waving a fiery red light glow, drifting into Shui Ying's forehead and entering Shui Ying's body. I saw Shui Ying suddenly shrouded in flames. It's just a period of time. Primogenitor of creation beast said, although it seems to be burned by a strong flame, she won't have anything to do. Shen Xiang was originally to help Long Yu, but Long Yu said that he didn't have enough strength, so come to primogenitor of creation beast now. What about me? Xin Xiang said with a laugh, there is nothing wrong with you. Primogenitor of creation beast smiled and said, you reach out and I probe. After Xin Xiang reached out, primogenitor of creation beast grabbed his wrist and quickly sensed that he had a very striking strength in his body. It should be the strength of the dragon. Primogenitor of creation beast frowned. Xin Xiang immediately released the killing scarlet dragon. This dragon is beyond my expectation, and you can control it. It is a miracle. Primogenitor of creation beast looked at the smaller and killing scarlet dragon and sighed. Killing the scarlet dragon is also the strongest part of Xin Xiang's strength at this time. If the body is separated by the clone spell, it will be more terrifying. Primogenitor of creation beast condenses into a black crystal. Let your dragon eat. Primogenitor of creation beast just finished. Killing scarlet dragon came over and swallowed it. Okay, he just lost control. Xin Xiang bit her with a smile. Sometimes it's really out of my control. Fortunately, I just want to eat. If the cruel side can't control, you have to make a decision, said primogenitor of creation beast. I understand. Xin Xiang nodded. Origin creation G. Oh, D territory. Those guys always want to cultivate the body of indestructible, but they still can't cultivate the powerful world-defying divine beast, and I can only teach it to the beast. Primogenitor of creation beast said, when you after the body is seriously injured, just let the dragon release the strength. That's all right. I want to try now. I really have the indestructible body like you? Xin Xiang asked. Of course, but it's better not to try. That kind of feeling is not very good. Primogenitor of creation beast bitter with a smile, but he has been conservative for many years. Among the origin creation G. Oh, D territory, there are many powerful guys who have cultivated world-defying G. Oh, D source, but they can't torture him. It shows how powerful this kind of indestructible is. Senior, how do you enter the origin creation G? Oh, D territory with the creation origin key. Xin Xiang asked, you are going to origin creation G. Oh, D territory, asked primogenitor of creation beast. I will open a barrier in the future, and here will limit the people who have cultivated world-defying G. Oh, D source like HL, L, and I have to go to the origin creation G. Oh, D territory and destroy those who want to destroy ancient era. Xin Xiang said, if you go to the origin creation G. Oh, D territory first. Just use the creative origin key to make the creation origin key feel the strong thoughts of your inner creation G. Oh, D territory, you can go. Primogenitor of creation beast said, of course, you don't have to hurry now. Wait until your barrier is finished. Otherwise, you will be chased after the origin creation G, D territory, and then escape to ancient era, which will lead them to chase, and finally to ancient era cause damage. Good. Shin Xiang nodded. Don't know if they can deal with the creation star clan guy? You can rest A.S. Sure that S. H.I. plus Shu and the tree bosses were born to deal with Creation Star Clan. They were very strong at Creation Star Clan, and our ancestors couldn't help them at all, said Primogenitor of Creation Beast. Is it that they fight to seal Creation Star Clan? Said Xinxiang. It was they who defeated Creation Star Clan, but their strength was not enough to kill them. So Tao Creation D-Lord could only seal them in HL. Primogenitor of Creation Beast recalls the past, and I should have dead after I killing Little Yu's mother. I accidentally got the strength of her, so I have the body of indestructible. I have never told anyone about this secret. So other people are just guessing why I have the body of undying indestructible. Is the mother of her sister really not dead? Asked Xinxiang. Yes. She even wants to kill Little Yu to threaten me, to control my Creation Beast clan. Primogenitor of Creation Beast sighed. I saw that she could not save, so she killed the killer. Does she know this thing? Xinxiang asked again. She didn't know, but she gradually got to know. Primogenitor of Creation Beast sighed. Now she seems to no longer hate me. Long Yu, although no longer hate Primogenitor of Creation Beast, but has a strange feeling about Primogenitor of Creation Beast. Xinxiang can feel it. He thinks it will get better in the future. Long Yu, although no longer hate Primogenitor of Creation Beast, but has a strange feeling about Primogenitor of Creation Beast. Xinxiang can feel it. He thinks it will get better in the future. Golden Fire Overlord will come back. Your barriers are best done soon, or they will definitely attack Creation Medicine G. D-State once they arrive. Primogenitor of Creation Beast looks at the sky. The strength of our ancestors was restrictions. It is difficult to upgrade, and that's it. Can you protect ancient era? You have to look at your younger generation. The barrier should be fast, and once it's successful, I will go to the origin creation D territory. Completely eliminate the guys who have always wanted to destroy ancient era, said Xinxiang. The people at origin creation D territory are the descendants of the great ancestors. They always think that the entire ancient era belongs to them, so there is no scruples when destroying ancient era. Primogenitor of Creation Beast the face is full of anger. It is not the case. We created ancient era in order to create a colorful world. So, who created these ancestors? Xinxiang asked. Nature is born. Primogenitor of Creation Beast said, We used to be confused about where we came from, who created it, and it took a long time to find the answer. Finally, we got nothing because we felt lonely, so we created ancient era. Then there have been many things that have caused us to change, and only Tao Creation D-Lord and HELLG D-Lord have not changed. You have a strong strength at this time, and I have Pa-S, said down my inheritance. I have the undying body. If you go to the origin creation D territory, you will be able to stand out there. Primogenitor of Creation Beast said, What are you going to do? I don't know about origin creation D territory. I only know that Golden Fire Overlord must be removed. Xinxiang said, When I want to do something, I can only see the situation. Primogenitor of Creation Beast nodded. Senior, I will leave. Xinxiang wants to return to 100 Flowers Village. Xiao Xianglin said that the formation plate is almost ready for refining. Goodbye. Primogenitor of Creation Beast smiled and said goodbye to Xinxiang. When Xinxiang returned to 100 Flowers Village, Xiao Xianglin had already refining a formation plate. It's pretty fast. Xinxiang said with a smile. It's not too difficult. Xiao Xianglin said with a smile. In fact, I mainly got the inheritance of the Star Spirit Stone. What is the inheritance of this Star Soul Stone? Shan Xiang, secretly curious. That is what Long Yu and the smoke charms have to get. I can quickly comprehend various mantras. I guess that is the memory of the ancestor of the star, and it is condensed using the mantra, said Xiao Xianglin. What about the stone that my sister gave you? Isn't that the world-defying mantra above? Xin Xiang asked. I will master it soon. It seems to be a spell that condenses the star soul stone. Xiao Xianglin said, maybe it helps you alchemy. Shan Xiang took the formation plate and came to the creation medicine G.O.D state. At this time, creation medicine G.O.D state was covered with clouds. He looked up and saw Golden Fire Overlord standing on top of a golden giant bird. Numerous great men dressed in golden armor. The mighty soar into the clouds and mount the mists, spurred a violent qi wave. Yu Weizhou and Zhuo Xingfeng have already taken people to fly, and Xin Xiang quickly entered the purple fire divine tree and entered the ancient G.O.D source S.P.A.C. through a Pa-S-Sage. He placed the formation plate in the center of the G.O.D source S.P.A.C., then opened the formation plate, inspiring the mystical power inside the formation plate. Just a few moments, spread to the entire ancient era. Is this a success? Xin Xiang was not sure. After he came outside, he had already felt that the large formation of creation medicine G.O.D state was to be broken. Golden Fire Overlord brought more than a dozen lessons to world-defying G.O.D. The source's expert came, and the person who attacked the large formation at this time was only the one who cultivated the spirit of G.O.D source. Xin Xiang released a clone. He let the clone use the power of G.O.D source. G.O.D source has just emerged from the body, was moved away by powerful S.P.A.C. power. Successful. Xin Xiang was dark and then flew up. Golden Fire Overlord saw Xin Xiang and suddenly became furious. Xin Xiang is here, shot together, and breaks the barrier. Yu Weizhou and Zhuo Xingfeng suddenly became shocked, but they saw Xin Xiang's expression very calmly. The barriers are successfully arranged. Don't be afraid of them. Xin Xiang said with a smile. Golden Fire Overlord and dozens of other old mans, just about to shoot, suddenly disappeared. The people brought by Golden Fire Overlord were very surprised after seeing it. It's the law of H.E.L.L. An old man was shocked. H.E.L.L.'s law appeared in ancient era, but it's impossible. What's impossible? Xin Xiang laughed loudly. You are a running dog of Golden Fire Overlord. You have to run now. I saw a large group of huge birds and beasts coming from afar, and they screamed, and the beast that Long Yu controlled flew over. Yu Weizhou and Zhuo Xingfeng are all relieved because Xin Xiang successfully arranged the H.E.L.L. rule, and the people who cultivated world-defying G.O.D source, as long as they use the strength to fight, will be removed by the powerful S.P.A.C. time power. It seems that we can only alchemy in the future. Zhuo Xingfeng he smiled. This is not bad. Countless birds and beasts rushed over and smashed the army that Golden Fire Overlord brought. But there were still a few strong guys among them, with some people fleeing. Golden Fire Overlord, more than a dozen of them have been transferred to various places in ancient era. They will not be able to return for a while, and they will not be able to do anything in the future. Just over half an hour, the golden clouds over creation medicine G.O.D state are all gone, and the Golden Fire Overlord brings all the troops away. There is no Golden Fire Overlord. They are expert at this level. They deal with countless birds and beasts. Hard work, and the army inside creation medicine G.O.D state. Golden Fire Overlord, they should also return to origin creation G.O.D territory. They will definitely find ways to come back later, said Xin Xiang. Both Yu Weizhou and Zhuo Xingfeng understand Xin Xiang's meaning. Xin Xiang is going to origin creation G.O.D territory. Before the Golden Fire Overlord came in, I am going to find him now. Xin Xiang laughed, then clasped the creation origin key, and thought about going to the origin creation G.O.D territory. Then all around the SPAC is distorted, and Xinxiang's body is gradually distorted by the SPAC devour. As soon as she saw it, Xinxiang came to an all-around volcanic place, and the air was covered with a large volcanic ash, glittering a horrible lightning. Is this the origin creation G.O.D. territory? After Xinxiang came, it was incredible because it was like a dead place, just like the origin creation evil territory. It was not as good as the creation thunder territory. It should be. It seems that their group of people was exiled here by Tao creation G.O.D. Lord. Xiao Xianglin said with a smile, "It is reasonable to say that they should not be able to return to ancient era. Is there any 9 hegemons here?" Xinxiang flew into the air, all around being the same. Then he flew fast on the divine mirror of 6 paths. Is there any 9 hegemons here? Xinxiang flew into the air, all around being the same. Then he flew fast on the divine mirror of 6 paths. We don't know anything about origin creation G.O.D. territory. Xiao Xianglin said, "There is definitely nothing like we imagined here." Xinxiang thought that the origin creation G.O.D. territory was a very beautiful place, and I didn't expect unexpectedly. After flying a period of time over the origin creation G.O.D. territory, he saw many signs of fierce battles, and the earth was destroyed and devastated. It seems that after they came here, they are not at all stable. There are other overlords in addition to Golden Fire Overlord. They must always fight here. After Xinxiang flew a period of time, he sensed other breaths. Is the battle here just happening? Xinxiang stopped. It should have happened in a recent period of time. Xiao Xianglin said, "Then you have to be careful. Maybe you are a hegemon-level person." Xiao Xianglin just finished. There was a strong, murderous aura approaching. Xinxiang just reacted, and the body was hit by the violent lightning strength. The attack came from a high alt. 1, 2, and Xinxiang was hit by this strength, and the sly squatting on the ground. Its creation Star Clan. Xinxiang was amazed. Before the tree boss and SHI plus Shu had already dealt with creation Star Clan, but now it is here. How did they get here? Although Xinxiang's body was badly wounded, he was indestructible and soon recovered. Come on. Xinxiang immediately avoided and saw a chi ball condensed with violent lighting strength slam down and smash the ground after hitting the ground. Xinxiang immediately released the clone, borrowed the strength of the clone, and then jumped up and rushed to the star people who were hiding in the high clouds. He just went up, the thick clouds above flashed. Unexpectedly, all our dense lightning net. He crashed into the lightning net, was poured into the body by powerful lightning. He snarled, and the strength of the scarlet dragon rushed out, forced the light of the light, and then blasted the clouds in the air. This star people should not be the one we met before. Xiao Xianglin said, "Very terrifying, you have to be careful." After the world-defying G.O.D. source, world-defying G.O.D. source is also strong and strong in the SHI plus N people who met Xinxiang. His world-defying G.O.D. source is the strongest. After Xinxiang smashed the thick clouds, a whistling sound came, and I saw that the heaven and earth seemed to be filled with countless lightnings, and millions of miles were covered by lightning. The violent lightning of various colors, like showers. The vast majority are Rus. H.I. plussing to Xinxiang's. Xinxiang took out the divine mirror of 6 paths and blocked all the lightning that came from him. He couldn't grasp the trace of the star people at this time. You came from ancient era. Can you come here? Is it the master of the origin creation G.O.D. territory? It's great. As long as I get the origin creation G.O.D. territory, I can leave here. Haha, come and laugh. Who are you? Xinxiang desperately resists lightning, and this person is far more powerful than Golden Fire Overlord. Origin creation G.O.D. territory is me. I am origin creation G.O.D. territory, the person said while loudly laughing. What overlord on this? Just killed me all by myself. They have become a part of me. Origin creation G. Oh, D territory unexpectedly turned into a person? Shin Xiang is shocked. In other words, he is in this person's body. Are you just transforming into human? How do you create a breath of Star Clan in your body? Shen Xiang was thinking about a way, and he couldn't see where the devil was. Creation Star Clan? They are proliferated by me. The domain devil said with a sneer. Origin creation G. Oh, D territory gave birth to Tao creation G. Oh, D Lord, but they sealed me. I have waited for so many years, and finally waited for you to come. Shen Xiang couldn't help but secretly. He thought that he would come here to kill Golden Fire Overlord. They didn't expect to enter this guy's trap. He guessed that Golden Fire Overlord could go to ancient era, and most of them were in the dark. Shen Xiang, use world-defying mantra. Xiao Xianglin suddenly shouted. I have put the stone in 2 layers of curse and soul stone. After you eat it, you know how to use it. Shen Xiang immediately took a cursed soul stone from Xiao Xianglin. After eating it, the complex world-defying mantra message poured into his mind. He doesn't know how to use this world-defying mantra, but he just wants to use the world-defying mantra to push a powerful strength. Countless lightnings turned into a series of electric snakes, crazy shocks, and Shin Xiang's body suddenly shocked. Gold-red chi mist. The golden-red chi mist turns into a strip of scarlet dragon, and after it becomes a world-defying mantra, it turns into a black vortex, and the vortex all around has 3 killing scarlet dragon flying around. The vortex erupted with a powerful devour force, and the violent lightning from all directions. All vortex absorb devour. Heaven refining technique. Shin Xiang immediately uses the Alchemy strange technique, which has not been used for many years, to make the whirlpool crazy devour heaven and earth. The domain devil is the origin creation G. Oh, D territory. As long as all the devours here are refining, it is equivalent to killing the domain demon. Shin Xiang stood under the whirlpool and was not affected, and the domain demon also found the thread of this vortex, the crazy bombardment, and the strength that can be played out is all devour. As long as he attacks Shin Xiang, once the lightning is close, it will be vortex to devour. I want to smelt you. Shin Xiang screamed, condensing a giant, illusionary, brilliant furnace, shrouded the huge black vortex over the sky, urging the heaven refining technique to accelerate the devour world. How did you do it? This is impossible. The domain magic can't believe it. Loud voice squats. I saw the broken earth constantly shaking, and a large amount of stone was suspended and rushed into the vortex among the illusionary, brilliant furnace. For a moment, all around was dark. The red light in the illusionary, brilliant furnace sparkled. An entire origin creation G. OD territory was devour, so terrifying devour power made Shin Xiang feel amazed. Is it over? Shin Xiang frowned. Well, since it's all like this, then I will continue to refining. Origin creation G. Oh, D territory was condensed into a large red mist, and he was about to press this big golden chi mist into a dan. Master, help me. Shin Xiang shouted. Good. Xiao Xianglin immediately gave Shin Xiang strong pressure to use the spells and seals she had mastered, and was shrunk by the red haze that was shaking. It's hard. Xiao Xianglin shouted. The energy is too vast. It is difficult to compress together. Must be successful. Shin Xiang frowned. The only way to completely kill that guy. Xiao Xianglin and Shin Xiang merged their strength into together, shrinking the huge red haze a little. Just like this, 10,000 years have passed, said the fog has been a lot smaller, but it will take longer to condense into Dan. 20,000 years, 30,000 years, 50,000 years, hunting 1,000 years. Millions of years have passed, said, and Shin Xiang and Xiao Xianglin look at the slowly falling golden pill pellet and take a deep breath. Did you eat? Xiao Xianglin was a little excited. Xinxiang grabbed the golden pill pellet in his hand, but felt the dandy trembled. What happens when you eat? Xinxiang frowned and squeezed the dan. I feel like I can't suppress it. He's going out. If you eat, you will become a new world, the most perfect world. Suddenly a voice came. Xinxiang and Xiao Xianglin looked at the position of the sound. Only saw a kind white-haired old man there looking at them with a smile. Tao Creation Ji. Oh, D Lord. Xinxiang was shocked. Are you dead? Death, it is just another state of existence for me. Tao Creation Ji. Oh, D Lord lightly smiled. I have been detached from life and death. Life and death are the same for me. What if I eat this Dan? What will happen? Xinxiang asked. I said before, you will become a world. Tao Creation Ji. Oh, D Lord said with a smile. You will always feel the beauty of the world. What about me? Xinxiang asked again. You will not be there. But what's the matter? You have mastered the strength. Eternal life indestructible. You are alive and meaningless. You should create a new era. Tao Creation Ji. Oh, D Lord said. I don't want to eat, said Xinxiang. Why? Tao Creation Ji. Oh, D Lord wondered. This is a very rare opportunity, and I have been pursuing it. I created myriad Tao era without success. Xiao Xianglin nodded to Xinxiang. Because we need him. You don't need him anymore. He has arranged everything in Ancient Era. Ancient Era will develop in an orderly manner and will never be threatened by destruction. He is not in Ancient Era. You can also be safe. Good days, and you are already the strongest in Ancient Era. Tao Creation Ji. Oh, D Lord said. I know everything about Ancient Era. Xinxiang, are you saying that? Your friends, your loved ones don't need you anymore, no longer need your strong strength to shelter them. And what is the meaning of living? Make meaningful, because they have me, they may no longer need my strong strength. But if I lose this strength, they will never abandon me. This is our emotion, will not be abandoned because of strength and will not be dragged down by anything. Xinxiang finished, throwing Dan in the handle to Tao Creation Ji. Oh, D Lord. Thank you for creating Ancient Era, creating myriad Tao era, which will make me have a splendid life. Let me stick to a variety of friends. This new era of perfect is given to you. I am grateful to you. Tao Creation Ji. Oh, D Lord took the Dan, said while loudly laughing. Good. The age of my creation can appear like you. It should be considered a perfect era. I don't want this Dan. I have already chased it. Tao Creation Ji. Oh, D Lord throws Dan in his hand to the distance. Let himself adolescence and become a perfect era. Only after adolescence reaches perfect. Is truly perfect. Yes, Ancient Era has been adolescence, said Xinxiang, and all around gradually lit up. Tao Creation Ji. Oh, D Lord's figure is gradually blurred, and his smile is full of satisfaction. I am going to travel to the new world defying era. I hope to meet you there. All around is full of light. Xiao Xianglin and Xinxiang appear in creation medicine Ji. Oh, D state. Xinxiang, are you coming back in more than 10 days? Yu Weizhou asked with surprise. What, more than 10 days? Xinxiang was very surprised, then looked at Xiao Xianglin and she did the same. Probably everything in Origin Creation Ji. Oh, D territory is devour, including time, so time is forbidden. Xiao Xianglin was proudly said that they had spent 1,000,000 years refining the grain. Yu Weizhou doesn't know what they are talking about. Xinxiang smiled at Xiao Xianglin. Go, let's go back. After the Dan was thrown out by Tao Creation Ji. Oh, D Lord, he was swallowed by a killing dragon, and then burst open, a new era was born. World-defying era will come back. Chapter 38:21. As Yu Weizhou watched Xiao Xianglin and Xinxiang leave, he had a bad premonition in his heart. When Xinxiang walked far away, he looked at the red sky and his expression gradually became serious. Suddenly, the entire medicine creation divine continent began to tremble violently. The sudden earthquake caused the medicine creation divine continent to fall into panic. This kind of earthquake was not a common one. At the same time that the earth was shaking, waves of sounds rushed up from the ground. There was also a strong wave of air that passed through the crevice and struck the ground. At this moment, everyone felt as if the earth was about to collapse, and they all floated into the air. When they arrived in the air, black spatial cracks suddenly appeared in the blood-red sky, as if the entire world was about to be torn apart. Shen Xiang and Xiao Xianglin were currently returning to the hundreds of Flowers Village. They were sitting on the array disc. Xiao Xianglin looked at his handsome and powerful disciple and sighed with emotion in his heart. The current Shen Xiang was so powerful, far surpassing her, and the hidden power in his body was even more unfathomable. With Shen Xiang's current strength, he could completely look down on the entire most ancient era. My beautiful sister Xiao Xianglin, why do you keep looking at my face? Shen Xiang laughed. Xiao Xianglin's gentle and beautiful face suddenly turned cold. For some reason, the petite and exquisite her suddenly released an aura that was quite scary. What's wrong? Shen Xiang frowned and asked. Shen Xiang, I feel a terrifying power. Haven't you felt it yet? Xiao Xianglin suddenly became very vigilant. Shen Xiang immediately stopped the Six Realms mirrors and controlled the Six Realms mirrors to release a protective barrier to protect them. I don't feel it. Of course Shen Xiang believed in Xiao Xianglin, but he really didn't feel it. There's an earthquake. Xiao Xianglin said in a deep voice. This is not an ordinary earthquake. It seems to be caused by the collision of space and time. At the same time, many spatial cracks appeared in the sky. What's going on? Shen Xiang was suddenly alarmed. Because he seemed to have lost his perception, he was actually unable to sense the energy, fluctuations around him like Xiao Xianglin. Shen Xiang, your body. Xiao Xianglin suddenly screamed. Shen Xiang's pair of calves became transparent, unexpectedly, gradually disappearing. The most frightening thing was that Shen Xiang didn't even notice it. He didn't feel any pain at all. What's wrong with me? Shen Xiang shouted. Could it be that because of the birth of the world-defying era, you want to integrate into the entire era? Xiao Xianglin hurriedly hugged Shen Xiang and shouted in panic, Shen Xiang, hurry up and do something. We can't lose you. This world can't live without you. Shen Xiang's consciousness gradually became blurry, and then he saw the hundreds of Flowers Village and saw the medicine creation, divine continent. The world was shattering, and everyone could only hover in the air, looking at the shattered space around them. Gradually, Shen Xiang completely disappeared. Xiao Xianglin sat on the divine mirror of 6 paths and cried helplessly. Yu Yao Mountain Villa also appeared at this time, floating in the air. He Feng Yuan, Mei Jing sisters, and the others immediately flew out and landed on the divine mirror of 6 paths. The divine mirror of 6 paths and the Yu Yao Mountain Villa had followed Shen Xiang for a very long time, and now they were all cut off from Shen Xiang. It was because of this that Xiao Xianglin believed that Shen Xiang's body that had disappeared might have been pulled away by some kind of power and merged into a brand new world. Chapter 38:22. My body has just been reconstructed not long ago, and it's still very tender. There's no way I can outrun an old man like Wang Camtin. Not only did Shen Xiang have to chase after Wang Camtin, he also had to pay attention to the people from the world-defying stage, divine palace behind him. No, if this continues, I'll be caught up by those guys behind me. Shen Xiang did not want to give up on Wang Camtin. He really wanted to understand the situation of the others through Wang Camtin. His soul had been suppressed for tens of thousands of years, so he did not know how the others were doing. And Wang Camtin had forgotten about him, which made Shen Xiang feel very uncomfortable in his heart. The power that suppressed him back then not only stole the entire era that he had created, it also used a powerful law power to slowly erase every bit of his existence in this world. It could even erase everyone's memories. Thinking of this, Xinxiang became even more furious. He had to find out who was behind all of this. No matter who it was, no matter how many people there were, he would make them pay a painful price and make them wish they were dead. The people behind him were extremely fast. Xinxiang was afraid that he would fall into their hands, so he could only drill into the giant tree beside him. This forest had become stronger because of him, and the trees here were much bigger than before. It could be said that they were all about to become spirits. Therefore, all the big trees here were very friendly to Xinxiang and would protect Xinxiang. After hiding inside the tree trunk, Xinxiang immediately used all the big trees in the forest to track down Wang Camtin. Furthermore, he could secretly send a sound transmission to Wang Camtin through the trees here. "Old Yellow, there's a hole in the big tree in front of us. After you go in, the hole will suddenly close and they won't be able to catch you." Xinxiang wanted to help Wang Camtin dodge. Wang Camtin was shocked. Of course he knew that this voice belonged to the youth he had just met. He was bewildered because that youth did not have much strength, but he was able to sense this mysterious forest. He was originally very vigilant and would not casually listen to the words of a stranger, but he always felt that the young man was very familiar and trustworthy. Now that he was being chased, Wang Camtin could only crawl into the tree hole. After he went in, he thought that the inside of the tree hole would be pitch black, but unexpectedly it was very bright. The trees here needed dozens of people to wrap their arms around them, so the inside of the tree hole was very spacious. Wang Camtin entered the tree. Seeing that the tree hole was closed, he was relieved. "Little brother, thank you for saving me." Wang Camtin could hear noises coming from outside. The group of people who were chasing after him had just passed by. They did not notice him and were gradually walking away. "Old Huang, do you have a disciple?" Xinxiang asked. "I think so, but I don't think so. I can't remember. I've lived for many years, experienced many things, and met many people. I can't remember. But what I can be sure of is that you are definitely not my disciple, because among my disciples, there has never been one as handsome as you." Wang Camtin recalled very seriously. Xinxiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His new body was only 16 years old, but he was indeed an incomparably handsome youth. His appearance had inherited his appearance back then, and had been improved on his appearance back then, making him even more handsome. "Old Huang, stay there and don't move. I'll go find you right now." Xinxiang did not immediately ask about the 6 realms mirrors. He was worried that he would scare away Wang Camtin. Now he was sure that Wang Camtin had forgotten everything about him. Xinxiang. Wang Camtin did not lose his memory, but only forgot everything about Xinxiang. To be able to do this, what kind of power was this? "I'm tired too. I'll rest." Wang Camtin was really tired. He had been chased for many days. Xinxiang immediately went over. At the moment, he was very suspicious. Although Wang Camtin was sloppy, he was very strong and had even mastered a powerful divine art. Chapter 38:23. Hua, Xiangyue, and Lu Meng'er are they very famous in the world-defying stage. Xinxiang missed them very much and wanted to find them immediately. However, when he thought about how they had already forgotten about him, Xinxiang felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. "I say, you brat, you already know about Xiao Xianglin. How could you not know about Hua Xiangyue and Lu Meng'er?" Huang Jitian stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Little rascal, you wouldn't be fickle and thinking about these 2 female bosses, right? How strong are they?" Xinxiang rolled his eyes at Wang Camtin. "The more you know about them, the easier it is to fantasize about them." I understand." Wang Camtin laughed. "Old bastard." Xinxiang stared at Wang Camtin with disdain. This old madman was still the same as before. "Of course they are strong, Do you want to get close to them? Heh, as long as you become stronger, you will have a chance to get close to them. The smile on Wang Kam-tin's face was as if he was lying to a child and said, "Young man, I see that your physique is extremely good, and there is a spiritual light shooting out from the top of your head. You are a rare genius that only appears once in 10,000 years, and only I can see through you. If you take me as your master, you will be the strongest ruler of this world in the future. Big brother Huang, you were in such a sorry state when you were being chased just now. Why don't you see who saved you?" Xinxiang laughed. "You want to be my master? You're still too weak. Little brother, you don't know. The one chasing me is the world-defying stage divine palace. To be able to be chased by the world-defying stage divine palace. What kind of honor is that? If others knew that you were being chased by the world-defying stage divine palace, they would have to call you uncle when they see you." Wang Kam-tin said with a complacent expression. "If I take you as my master, what can you give me?" Xinxiang asked. Wang Kam-tin was originally his master, so it was fine for him to take him as his master again. But Xinxiang wanted to get some benefits from this stingy master. "I say, you're so young. How can you be infected with such vulgar thoughts? To be able to acknowledge me as your master is your fortune of 3 lifetimes. It's fine if I don't charge you a fee, but you actually stretched out your hand and asked me for it," Wang Kam-tin reprimanded. "All right, those guys were chasing you before, saying that they wanted to ask you for 6 realms mirrors or something." "What is that?" Xinxiang asked. "The divine mirror of 6 paths is a divine tool that is born with pride. This is the world-defying stage ancestral artifact. Legend has it that it is one of the divine artifacts used by the world-defying stage ancestor god." Wang Kam-tin's face was immediately filled with reverence. What the hell is world-defying stage ancestral god? Xinxiang frowned. Wasn't the 6 realms mirrors his? Why did it belong to the world-defying stage ancestral god? "Little brother, you have to show some respect to the world-defying stage ancestor god. He created proud epic. His fleshly body, his soul, everything was used to create proud epic. Otherwise, we would have been finished long ago." Wang Kam-tin said. Xinxiang was even more suspicious. Could this world-defying stage ancestor god be him? Or could it be that because he had created the proud epic, everything about him had to disappear? So everyone in this powerful universe would forget about him? Otherwise, why would they know about the world-defying stage ancestor god and not Xinxiang? "Old Huang, my name is Xinxiang. Do you have any impression of this name?" Xinxiang looked at Wang Kam-tin very seriously. "Xinxiang." Wang Kam-tin immediately fell into deep thought, as if he was seriously recalling something. Right. Did you remember something?" Xinxiang was suddenly a little excited. Wang Kam-tin seemed to have some impression of it. "Ah, I remember. The old woman Wang I met 700 years ago. His grandson raised a donkey, and it seems to be called Xinxiang. Could it be that you were transformed from that donkey? You are a donkey spirit." Wang Kam-tin stared at Xinxiang with wide eyes. F*CKU, you are the donkey spirit. Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Is there such a handsome donkey spirit? Xinxiang was very angry. This Wang Kam-tin actually did not remember him. "Are you going to take me as your master or not?" Wang Kam-tin picked his ears and asked. "I can take you as my master, but you have to give me the 6 realms mirrors." Xinxiang had to take back the 6 realms mirrors. Maybe he could find some clues from it. Back then, he and Xiao Xianglin had separated from each other on the 6 realms mirrors. Later on, the 6 realms mirrors should have been in Xiao Xianglin's hands. "I think your brain was kicked by a donkey. I only know where the 6 realms mirrors is, and if I want to obtain the 6 divine tools. Even 10,000 of me is not enough to die. Although that thing is an ancestral artifact, it is still an extremely evil demon artifact. Whoever touches it will die." Wang Kam Tin shrugged his shoulders. If the world-defying stage Divine Palace wants to get this thing out, a large number of people will definitely die. Xin Xiang was not afraid, because the Six Realms Mirrors was his to begin with. Only you know where the Six Realms Mirrors is, right? Wang Kam Tin laughed. Of course. Do you know who I, Wang Kam Tin, am? I am. Take me there. Xin Xiang interrupted him. I am. Before Wang Kam Tin could finish pretending, Xin Xiang ran out of the tree. Chapter 38:24. The world-defying stage has become stronger. No, everything in the entire world-defying stage universe is very strong. The world-defying stage universe is so powerful that it makes me feel incomparably small. In the past, our strength could really destroy the heavens and the earth. Wang Kam Tin sighed. It was obvious that he yearned for the past. In that case, it's still better than before, right? Xin Xiang did not know about the situation of the world-defying stage universe, but he still had a good understanding of Wang Kam Tin's strength. Wang Kam Tin was actually unable to break through a mountain. In the past, this was not even comparable to a wild chicken beast. It's not like the past was good. Back then, all sorts of creatures were too strong, and there were no restrictions. The world was almost destroyed. Later on, the world-defying stage ancestor, God, sacrificed himself and created the world-defying stage universe. Now, everyone is in awe of the universe and nature, which is equivalent to being in awe of the world-defying stage ancestor God. Wang Kam Tin really looked at the sky with reverence. Xin Xiang frowned slightly. Back then, the most ancient era was indeed very chaotic, and the experts from all sides were so powerful that they could destroy the heavens and the earth. However, he did not take the initiative to sacrifice himself. He was suddenly captured by a force, and then his soul seemed to be suppressed and sealed for 100,000 years. Of course, 100,000 years was not too long for Xin Xiang. It was not even long for the world-defying stage era. However, in these 100,000 years, the new era had undergone earth-shattering changes. Cultivation techniques, medicinal herbs, cultivation realms, and so on were no longer the same as before. Even Xin Xiang did not understand them. The proud era could be said to be a new era. All kinds of creatures could no longer easily destroy mountains like before, nor could they easily destroy a piece of land like before. Life had returned to the beginning, and was incomparably weak in front of nature. Wang Kam Tin was still very vigilant, worried that someone would follow him, so he walked and stopped, constantly checking his back. Master, how much longer do we have to go? Xin Xiang planned to find Lu Meng'er after obtaining the Six Realms Mirrors, and see if she knew the whereabouts of the Suzaku silk. Back then, the Suzaku silk had a deep relationship with Lu Meng'er. What's the rush? It's still a few days away. The Six Realms Mirrors is in this forest. Wang Kam Tin said. This forest was really huge. With their current speed, it would take them at least half a month to walk out of it. In the forest, Xin Xiang was not afraid of anything. He was very clear that it was because his soul had drifted into the forest for 16 years that this forest had become so mystical. Xin Xiang, how did you make the big tree open the door? Wang Kam Tin asked curiously. He also wanted to master this method. Because I am the world-defying stage ancestral God. An entire universe was created by me. What's the big deal about letting the big tree open the door? Xin Xiang naturally said it out loud. He also knew that Wang Kam Tin would not believe him. All right, world-defying stage ancestral God. Aren't you very awesome? It's broad daylight right now. If you have the ability, turn the sky into night right now. If you can do it, I'll call you Father. Wang Kam Tin chuckled. It was noon, and the sun was very hot. Even in the forest, there was a stuffy heat. How could Xin Xiang do it? The reason why he could make the big tree listen to him was because the forest recognized him. Not to mention now, even in the past, he was unable to reverse day and night. Xin Xiang only snorted, and continued to follow Wang Camtin. Suddenly, the sky seemed to darken a little. Xin Xiang immediately sensed it. He never thought that there would be such a coincidence. Today was the heavenly dog eclipse, and the total solar eclipse was about to arrive. Heaven's earth? I, the world-defying stage, ancestral god, summon the night. Xin Xiang suddenly shouted, which gave Wang Camtin a fright. One had to know that he was being hunted down right now. If he suddenly shouted, it was very likely that he would lure the enemy over. Brat, are you crazy? It's true that I'm an old madman, but I'm not really crazy. I think you're the one who's crazy. Wang Camtin immediately covered Xin Xiang's mouth. It was also at this moment that he noticed that the sky had suddenly darkened a little. What the hell? Wang Camtin naturally knew that this was the heavenly dog eclipse. I am the world-defying stage ancestral god. I am summoning the night. Master, you call me a father. Xin Xiang said with a smile. F*CKU? Do you think that I don't read enough, that I don't know that this is the heavenly dog eclipse? Wang Camtin frowned. But that's not right. If it's the time of the heavenly dog eclipse, I can calculate it. Then he quickly pinched his fingers and calculated. Chapter 38:25. The sun was gradually blocked out, and the earth at noon was shrouded in darkness. The roars of beasts echoed in the forest. Originally, the beasts in this forest were all very weak, but following the arrival of Xin Xiang's soul into the forest, the appearance of the divine forest in the past 10 years had also caused the rapid growth of the beasts in the divine forest, turning them into ferocious beasts. Therefore, in the past 2 to 3 years, many people had entered the divine forest to hunt the beasts in exchange for treasures. The commotion outside grew louder and louder, and more people entered the divine forest. In just a short span of 3 days, countless teams had entered the divine forest. Among them, there was no lack of people from various large powers. If one were to ride a flying beast, they would be able to see from high up in the sky that in the southeast direction of the forest, there was an area that was emitting waves of demonic red light. Xin Xiang was in the forest and was unable to fly, so he did not know where the red light was. Otherwise, he would definitely know that the 6 Realms Mirrors was at that location. As for the big shots who were flying in the air, when they approached the forest and saw the red light, they immediately flew over to check it out. Wang Camtin had not returned to find Xin Xiang yet. Maybe he had already returned, but he did not go to find Xin Xiang. Instead, he went to the location where the red light overflowed with the others. Master probably won't come back to bring me there. My strength is so weak. How could he possibly take me on an adventure? Xin Xiang could only search for the 6 Realms Mirrors himself. Not long after, he found the location of the 6 Realms Mirrors through the big tree in the divine forest. 6 Realms Mirrors, I'll be right there. Wait for me. Xin Xiang came out from the big tree, and then quickly ran towards the location of the 6 Realms Mirrors. While they were running, a very big old yellow bull suddenly rushed past them at a very fast speed. Old Yellow, wait for me. Xin Xiang suddenly shouted. He could feel that this old yellow ox had an affinity with him. The reason why the divine forest could become a divine forest was because after Xin Xiang's soul arrived, it made this place a divine land and nurtured a large number of strong beasts. The old yellow ox was very intelligent. It immediately stopped and laid on the ground, allowing Xin Xiang to climb up. Xin Xiang rode on the back of the old bull, grabbed its horns, and asked, Old Yellow, where are you going? Just now, Xin Xiang saw a large number of beasts rushing towards the location of the 6 Realms Mirrors. What made him depressed was that there were no flying bird beasts. Otherwise, he would be even faster. The main thing was that he didn't know that flying beasts that could carry people were very rare. Most of them had been subdued, and even in this divine forest, there were very few of them. We are going to protect the spirit of the divine forest. The old yellow ox spoke in human language. Spirit of the divine forest? Xin Xiang was suspicious Could it be that the Six Realms mirrors was that spirit of the divine forest? Little brother, you were also raised in this divine forest. Don't you know about the spirit of the divine forest? The old yellow ox asked. No matter what kind of beast it was in the divine forest, they all ate leaves. Originally, many carnivorous beasts had switched to eating leaves, mainly the leaves of the divine forest trees, which contained rich divine energy. I was just born not long ago, so I don't know much about it yet. Shen Xiang had previously been a little confused as to why his soul would attract so much divine energy to gather here when he was asleep. Also, why did his soul float to this forest after escaping from its imprisonment? Now that he knew that the Six Realms mirrors was here, he gradually understood something. Inside the Six Realms mirrors, there was already a powerful array formation, so it was not a problem for it to gather divine energy. And with the arrival of Shen Xiang's soul, it activated the Six Realms mirrors that had been sleeping for many years. Zero Shen Xiang's soul had indeed attracted a large amount of heaven and earth divine qi to gather, but the Six Realms mirrors had also played a huge role. I hope that after I take away the Six Realms mirrors, this divine forest will not be affected. Shan Xiang had a certain amount of feelings for this forest that gave birth to his body. After running for 2 days, the old yellow ox was finally approaching that place. Chapter 38:26. Although Shen Xiang entered the deep underground, he could collect the sound of the ground through the trees. He had heard Wang Cam Tin's previous conversation. He had thought that Wang Cam Tin and world-defying God Temple had a deep hatred, but he did not expect it to be for this reason. The existence of Tao Creation God Sect also surprised him, because it was obviously made by Tao Creation God Lord. Shen Xiang really wants to go to Tao Creation God Lord and ask him about his situation. Why did that happen at the beginning? I don't know if Creation Crystal Clan is still there. Shen Xiang is not worried about these forces, because the expert of Creation Crystal Clan has basically been killed. The old man of Tao Creation God Sect said again, I didn't say I wanted to get the divine mirror of 6 paths. I just came to see who the divine mirror of 6 paths will fall into. By the way, I remind you that the woman came to world-defying. Which? World-defying Temple Lord's face changed, and he said in a deep voice, There are several women in 100 Flowers world who are afraid of. You say it clearly which one is coming. By Yu. I learned that she appeared in a big city under our Tao Creation God sect not long ago, and I don't know what to do. The old man whispered. By Yu is there, then Su Maiyao will most likely come. Wang Camtin said, Anyway, I have no hatred with them. I am not afraid. After Shen Xiang heard it, he was a little excited. Sister Meiyao and Sister Yu are in world-defying. That's great. Shen Xiang was a little happy, but thought that they did not have their own memories, some melancholy. Divine Mirror of 6 Paths is hidden in the deep underground. If it is someone else, it is not so easy to dig the ground, because in the ground there are a lot of roots. The trees on the ground are hundreds of feet high, and they grow so huge and their roots are deep. A large number of roots are entangled under the earth of this divine forest, which will form a formation that can make this large piece of divine forest faster to gather the spirit between heaven and earth. In this way, the big tree would be even tougher, and it would not be easy to destroy it. The 6 Realms mirrors would be able to hide better underground. Only by obtaining the approval of the big tree would one not be entangled by the roots of the deep underground. Otherwise, one would most likely be strangled to death underground. It seems that even if I take away the 6 Realms mirrors, this divine forest can still continue to grow and will not weaken because of this. Shen Xiang saw the godly forest as his birthplace, so he naturally did not wish for the godly forest to decline in the future. Wang Cam Tin was very worried that the 6 Realms mirrors would flow out and harm the world. At this moment, facing the situation in front of him, he was also very desperate. Shan Xiang, who was underground, could already feel waves of vibrations coming from the surface. All kinds of battles had already begun. It was unknown who spread the news that the Six Realms Mirrors was here, causing a large group of people to rush over and immediately rush to the top of the Six Realms Mirrors. They're really fighting. Shen Xiang was not too worried because it would not affect him for the time being. Even if the people above wanted to rush down, they would have to pass through the tree roots first. The trees in the divine forest were extremely strong. Even if there were fierce flames, it would be difficult to ignite the forest. There were actually some people who wanted to burn down this divine forest, but they did not succeed. Not long after, Shen Xiang finally saw the Six Realms Mirrors. Is this my Six Realms Mirrors? Shen Xiang came deep underground and looked at a blood-red hexagonal mirror. The surface of the mirror was red, emitting an evil red light. The mirror was as big as a plate. Shen Xiang picked it up and looked at it, only to see his sinister and evil appearance reflected in the mirror. Shen Xiang was sure that this was his Six Realms Mirrors, but it had become an extremely evil weapon. He finally understood why Wang Camtin was so afraid of the Six Realms Mirrors. Looks like it's not only the Six Realms Mirrors, the other four symbols' divine weapons should be like this as well. Shen Xiang was unable to determine if he was affected by the killing of the evil beast, which was why he became like this. I'm back. We're still good brothers. Shen Xiang closed his eyes and placed his palm on the mirror. The Six Realms Mirrors trembled slightly. The red light that was originally emitted gradually turned white. The terrifying evil energy from before had already been purified. Chapter 38:27. After the Six Realms Mirrors grew larger, it was like a relatively large array disk. Shen Xiang sat on top of it and could control the flight of the Six Realms Mirrors as he pleased. When needed, the Six Realms Mirrors could also release a protective shield, which had an extremely strong defensive power. Releasing the Six Realms Mirrors, it could still attack while it was flying. The Six Realms Mirrors also had a large storage space inside, which was very useful. I'm finally back. I will definitely fix you and make you stronger. Shen Xiang possessed the Six Realms Mirrors, so he had a certain amount of self-protection. It would be much safer for him to leave this divine forest. Next, he headed to the largest divine tree in the divine forest. This was the Tree Mother, and also the tree that gave birth to Shen Xiang's body. Tree Mother, I'm leaving. I'll come back to see you guys often. Wish me good luck. Shen Xiang patted the huge tree trunk, then released the Six Realms Mirrors and sat on it. The Six Realms Mirrors flew very quickly, nimbly shuttling through the forest, better than most of the flying birds and beasts. Flying at high speed, Shen Xiang quickly flew out of the divine forest. Only he could enter and exit the divine forest barrier. The human kings had already left. They had tried to attack the barrier before, but none of them had been able to break through. They could only dejectedly ride their flying beasts and leave. Shen Xiang already knew that there were a few small towns outside the divine forest. These towns were all built because of the appearance of the divine forest. Because they were still unable to determine the direction of the divine forest, no major powers had yet to build a large city. Now that the divine forest seemed to be sealed, those small towns would also be ignored. When Shen Xiang arrived at one of the small towns, he saw many people riding their own mounts and leaving. Most of their mounts were beasts that ran on the ground. There were very few flying birds and beasts as mounts. In order to avoid attracting attention, Shen Xiang kept the Six Realms Mirrors outside the town and walked to the town. He wandered around the town for a few days and tanned himself quite a bit. This way, he didn't look like a jade-faced young master. Right now, he was dressed like a very handsome country boy. Even though he was tanned, he was still a very eye-catching handsome youth. Many people saw his face and wanted to kidnap him to marry into their family or sell him to some brothel. Well, it's not a good thing to be too handsome. Shen Xiang wandered around the town to find a reliable person to take him away. His divine sense was very strong, So when he communicated with others, he could use his divine sense to determine whether the other party was lying or not. He could even see whether the other party was good or evil. He didn't know why he had this kind of ability. If the person in front of him was a bad person, he could tell at a glance. He didn't have this kind of ability back then. Is it because my soul is too strong? I can actually easily see through other people's emotions. Shen Xiang found that he could not only distinguish lies, but he could also see other people's emotions. In the past few days in the small town, he had interacted with many people. There were many kind-hearted people, but he had not met anyone suitable to take him away. Most of them were rogue cultivators. They didn't have any organization behind them. They were all wandering around. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to meet a big and honest man. This big guy came from a cultivation sect, and he was even an inner disciple with a relatively high status. His name was Gao Yi, and he was honest and straightforward. His cultivation direction was also to cultivate his body, and he was born with great strength. Gao Yi came all the way here to gain experience in the divine forest. This was the mission given to him by the sect, and it was to obtain some leaves and branches from the divine forest. Chapter 38:28. The sect that Gao Yi was in was called Subduing Fire Sect. It was a sect that mainly cultivated fire. They only accepted disciples who had awakened the fire attribute Tao seed. Shen Xiang originally thought that Subduing Fire Sect was very small. He did not expect it to be a second-tier sect in the world. Their main sect was not nearby. They only had a branch sect near Weiyang City. Subduing Fire Sect's operation was rather special. Their branches were usually managed by some family, merchant association, or other organizations. For example, if a family felt that they could open a branch sect, they would apply to Subduing Fire Sect's main sect to join them. They would pay a fee, and every once in a while, they would pay a tribute of resources to the main sect as well as some outstanding talents. The Subduing Fire Sect branch near Weiyang City was managed by a merchant association. They recruited a large number of disciples and collected an entrance fee. They also collected a cultivation fee every year. They also used a large number of disciples to work for them for free. It could be said that this was a very good business. After all, those families or people who had a little bit of wealth all hoped that they could have a more resounding name. They were a disciple of a certain sect. Therefore, Subduing Fire Sect had a lot of disciples. However, most of them were outer sect disciples. If one wanted to become an inner sect disciple, they would need the approval of the main sect. For example, Gao Yi had passed the main sect's test. He was a true inner sect disciple of Subduing Fire Sect. He was not one of those random disciples. Because he was recruited by Weiyang City's branch sect, he would come back here from time to time to help this branch sect do some things. Gao Yi's Tao seed was a fire Tao seed. He was a good seedling born to cultivate fire. Shen Xiang wanted to go with him to the main sect. He was not interested in the branch sect. However, the branch sect would definitely have some books. Gao Yi could bring Shen Xiang into the branch sect. However, he could not enter the main sect. Subduing Fire Sect's branch sect in Weiyang City was very small. It was just a mountain villa. A large number of outer sect disciples worked for free every day. They worked for cultivation in the early stages. Furthermore, they had to pay a fee every year, all for the hope of becoming an inner sect disciple. One had to know that those who could enter the branch sect were mostly rich second generations. However, cultivation was very dependent on talent. If one's foundation was not good, it would be very difficult to cultivate no matter how many ores one had. Gao Yi brought Shen Xiang to the branch, which was so shabby that it made Shen Xiang speechless. However, after thinking about it, he could understand. Every year, the main sect would take a large cut of the joining fee. The upper echelons of this branch sect were also a group of black-hearted crows. They definitely wouldn't change the environment. However, there were still some cultivation books in the branch. Because Gao Yi had brought Shen Xiang here, Xinxiang could read them as he pleased. It had to be said that Gao Yi's position as an inner disciple was extremely high. Even the leader of the branch school was very respectful to him. After all, they still had to promote Gao Yi and attract more rich second-generation heirs to give them money and work for free. Xinxiang basically had a photographic memory. Very quickly, he swept through all the books in the library. There were many basic cultivation methods, which allowed him to have a preliminary understanding of Proud Epic's cultivation method. Younger brother Xin, don't tell me you want to be a self-taught genius. Gao Yi saw Xinxiang reading the book very seriously, and could not help but have such an idea. My family is poor, so I can only do this. Xinxiang laughed bitterly. Awakening the Tao seed required hundreds of thousands of crystals, which was not something an ordinary family could afford. Joining a sect to cultivate also required hundreds of thousands of entry fees, and they had to pay again every year. The major sects would not help people awaken their Tao seed. They would all awaken it themselves. If there was a good Tao seed, they would be sent to a good sect, and they would still have to pay a very high fee to enter. This was different from what Xinxiang had experienced before. In the past, if it was a good seedling, then all the sects would fight over it. Sometimes, in order to snatch people, they would even fight. They would use their dog brains. The number of divine forest leaves that Gao Yi had asked for was from the branch. The main sect asked for it from this branch, but the branch did not have a good disciple to go. The branch gave Gao Yi a lot of spar. Otherwise, if the branch could not complete the mission, they would be punished by the main sect. Xinxiang could be considered to have seen the weirdness of this subduing fire sect. Not only could they earn money by lying down, they could also lie down and absorb disciples with good aptitude. If there was any trouble, they could even throw it to the branch to do it. If the branch discredited the main sect, they would say that the branch was fake and then go and destroy the branch. At night, the branch of the subduing fire sect was still very lively. Many young, rich, second-generation disciples had gotten up to do all kinds of hard work. Chapter 38:29. Xinxiang was not clear about his own strength. He thought that since he did not have the slightest bit of cultivation, he must be a weakling. Actually, that was not the case. During the process of his body being molded, it had already been tempered. After all, it was a super divine tree that had nurtured his body. Although his skin was soft and tender, his body was very strong. It was just that he had not been beaten up before. Otherwise, he would have been able to feel the strength of his own body. He had to be able to control the circulation of the divine energy in his body very well. He had to be able to let the divine energy enter his bones and refine his marrow. He had to be able to let the divine energy flow through his internal organs and nourish his brain. As long as he circulated the divine energy once, he would be able to do all of this. Even if he was proficient in it, after circulating it many times, the blood in his body would change, and he would be able to produce Tao blood. The Tao blood contained divine energy. As long as he could cultivate the Tao blood, he would be at the 4th level of the Tao being realm. Xinxiang started when it was almost dawn, and he finished it after dawn. He had cultivated the Tao blood and stepped into the 4th level of the Tao being realm. It's not too difficult. It's very easy. Xinxiang also did not cultivate according to any cultivation method. He just knew this step, and then according to his own experience to proceed, and then smoothly succeeded. To him, this kind of cultivation was like playing around. After figuring out the laws of power in this new era, it would be much easier for him to create a combat technique. All sorts of cultivation techniques were very simple to him. Xinxiang had cultivated many different cultivation techniques in the past, and all of them were imprinted in his mind. Now he planned to simplify the complicated ones and combine all of the cultivation techniques that he had previously grasped, and then simplify them to form a new powerful divine art. Weiyang City was a very small city. There were countless small cities like this in the world-defying world. In the vicinity, there were many small cities similar to Weiyang City. However, a calamity was approaching, and was about to engulf these small cities. At dawn, Xinxiang took a bath. After a night of cultivation, he had only sweated a little. No impurities had been expelled from his body, which meant that his body was originally very strong. Just as he was bathing, Weiyang City suddenly became hot. "The fire is coming. Run, run." Suddenly someone shouted. The monstrous flames were like a wave, accompanied by a gust of wind, sweeping over from afar. The people in the city immediately fled in panic. Xinxiang also heard the sound, but he thought it was not a particularly serious situation, and he was not afraid of fire. However, just as he was enjoying his bath, the fire came. The entire building he was in was instantly set ablaze and then collapsed. Xinxiang also fell into the sea of fire full of charcoal. Only then did he realize how serious the flames were. It was like a wave of flames had turned the small town into a sea of fire. None of the nearby towns, large or small, were spared. Xinxiang only felt that his body was very dirty and uncomfortable. The flames did not make him feel uncomfortable. He released his divine sense and felt the intensity of the flames. It's not an ordinary flame. Xinxiang ran in the direction of the flame. He wanted to see who was disturbing his bath. Xinxiang ran forward for a while and saw Gao Yi in the flames, holding a long sword in his hand, fighting with a large group of werewolves standing on 2 feet. The group of werewolves spewed flames out of their mouths like a fountain. The werewolves were all very large, at least as tall as 2 people, some as tall as 3 people. Gao Yi was already heavily injured, but he was still bitterly fighting the werewolves. "Brother Gao." When Xinxiang saw Gao Yi being sent flying by the wolf claws, he immediately rushed over to catch Gao Yi. "Brother, leave quickly." Gao Yi hurriedly shouted. He was very surprised that Xinxiang was not afraid of such flames. Usually, only those at the 3rd level of the Tao Being realm could circulate their divine energy to resist such flames. After Gao Yi finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The heavily injured him had already fainted. Xinxiang immediately released the 6 realms mirrors. Chapter 38:30. Gao Yi's injuries healed very quickly. He was at the 3rd level of the Taoist realm, so he could circulate his divine qi to every part of his body and use it to heal his body. Even when he was running with all his might, he could still recover very well. He was silent the entire way, which showed that he was very angry in his heart. Xinxiang comforted Gao Yi from time to time. He was also afraid that Gao Yi would take things too hard and do something stupid. Gao Yi's family had all died in that fire. That kind of fire was released by a large number of fire demon wolves, and that was exactly what those sects wanted to happen. This way, not only would they be able to justifiably kill the fire demon wolves, after doing this, they would also be able to obtain a good reputation for slaying demons. Gao Yi also understood this point, which was why he was filled with anger. He had always thought that those sects were filled with justice. He joined the sect in order to become stronger and help the people get rid of evil. They clearly know that there is a heavenly devil abyss nearby. Why didn't they tell us to evacuate the town? It doesn't matter if they don't save us, as long as we spread the news. They are all big sections. As long as the news spreads, the people in the town will believe it and immediately evacuate. At night, Gao Yi leaned against a big tree and drank a mouthful of water, his heart filled with grief and indignation. Xinxiang and Gao Yi were resting in a forest. During the day, they met more than 10 groups of disciples from famous sects who were hunting evil spirit creatures. Among them, there were even disciples who mocked Gao Yi for being a coward, which made Gao Yi the most angry. If the town was evacuated earlier, the evil spirit creatures would not have come out. The people in the town can lure the evil spirit creatures out of the heavenly devil abyss. Xinxiang said, the evil spirit creatures did not eat weak humans, but if they killed weak humans, they could absorb those souls to strengthen their own demon spirits. The evil spirit creatures only ate cultivators, and they liked to eat Tao seeds the most. If they had cultivated a Tao heart, they would like it even more. These bastards! Gao Yi punched the tree fiercely. Brother Gao, don't be angry. Don't hurt the tree. Xinxiang hurriedly tried to dissuade him. What you need to do now is to go to a big city and spread the news. Of course, for many people, this is not a rare thing. Brother, I want to leave the subduing fire sect. Gao Yi gritted his teeth and said, It's not that easy to leave a sect, is it? Xinxiang knew that Gao Yi was a very upright person, so he naturally could not tolerate the way the Fu Fire sect did things. Even if I die, I will leave the subduing fire sect. Gao Yi's face was resolute. In fact, Gao Yi was only 18 years old. He often cultivated in seclusion and was inexperienced in the world. At his age, he was full of hot-bloodedness and was rather impulsive. Gao Yi also knew that it was useless to be angry. He leaned against the big tree and started to rest. He had to maintain enough energy to rush back to the simmering fire sect to ask for an explanation. Xinxiang knew very well that if Gao Yi returned to the main sect and told them about this matter, he would definitely be punished by the fueling fire sect. In the middle of the night, Xinxiang, who was cultivating on the tree, broke through again. He was now at the 5th level of the Tao person realm and had cultivated the Tao bone. The 4th stage was to use the cultivation Tao blood. When there was enough Tao blood and it was strong enough, it could strengthen the bones and transform them into Tao bones. Xinxiang clenched his fists and felt the strength in his body. He finally felt that he had some strength. In less than 3 days, he had reached the 5th level of the Tao person realm. As for Gao Yi, who was under the tree, from the time he awakened his Tao seed at the age of 5 until now, he was only at the 3rd level of the Tao person realm. After cultivating the Tao bone, one's blood qi can usually reach the 10th level. I wonder what level of blood qi I have. Xinxiang circulated the Tao blood in his body. As the Tao blood surged, the divine qi contained in the blood surged and could erupt with a very strong power. Generally speaking, the 3rd level of the Tao person realm can activate the Tao blood divine qi by drawing the divine qi into the body. At this time, one can reach the 3rd level of blood qi, the 4th level is the 6th level, and the 5th level is around the 10th level. Xinxiang understood from the book that every sect had a test that could test the blood qi. From the 5th level of the Tao person realm, there was a very long period of time before one could step into the 6th level. According to the book, the 5th level of the Tao person realm had to temper all the Tao bones once. At the peak of the 5th level of the Tao person realm, one's blood qi could reach the 100th level. After the 100th level of blood qi, one could break through to the 6th level of the Tao person realm. In other words, the blood qi of the 5th level of the Tao person realm was from the 10th to the 100th level. Chapter 38-31. Gao Yi, for a guy like you, it's already a long life to be able to live to 18 years old. The sharp-tongued senior brother Wang laughed. Senior brother Li also had a sinister smile on his face. He took out a very small knife and said, Junior brother Gao Yi, you're not of much use alive, but after you die, your Tao heart will be of great help to us. Thank you. Gao Yi was kicked flying and crashed into a big tree. Just as he got up, he realized that he was no match for them. He secretly gritted his teeth and scolded himself for being too impulsive. What made him rejoice was that Xinxiang was not here. Otherwise, if he implicated Xinxiang, he would feel even more guilty. Thinking of Xinxiang, he blamed himself even more. Because today, Xinxiang followed him and taught him a lot of principles. He told him not to be impulsive and to learn to endure. He listened, but he just couldn't do it. You want to take my Tao heart? It seems that you are no different from the evil creatures of the heavenly devil abyss. Gao Yi had calmed down a lot. He had just learned to be calm, but he felt that it was too late. Of course, we are different from the evil creatures. Not only do the evil creatures want to take your Tao heart, they also want to eat your flesh and blood. We won't eat you. Senior brother Wang laughed sinisterly. Junior brother Gao, your Tao heart will help us. It can let us obtain a fortune. If it can help us cultivate better, we will live well for you. Gao Yi was even more furious, but he was incomparably calm. He knew that what he had to do now was to destroy his Tao heart and not let the two beasts in front of him succeed. Shen Xiang had already seen the determination in Gao Yi's eyes. He knew that Gao Yi was going to commit suicide and destroy his Tao heart. Big guy should have learned a lot. He saw that it was about time and jumped down from the tree. Gao Yi was indeed about to make a move. But suddenly he saw a vigorous figure gently landing in front of him. It was Shen Xiang. Gao Yi's mind suddenly went blank. He thought that Shen Xiang had abandoned him and ran away. He didn't expect that he was actually resting on the tree. He realized that Shen Xiang's decision was the most prudent. It was indeed much safer to rest in the tree. However, this was what he didn't want to see the most, because in his eyes, Shen Xiang suddenly jumping down was undoubtedly a dead end. Of course, he knew that Shen Xiang had jumped down to save him. Although Shen Xiang was a young man and was slightly tanned, he was extremely handsome. Senior brother Wang and senior brother Li were both average-looking, and they were both young masters. When they saw Shen Xiang's handsome face, they were deeply stimulated. They couldn't wait to destroy Shen Xiang's face. They were extremely jealous of the handsome young man in front of them. This has nothing to do with him. Gao immediately stepped forward and shouted, "If you have anything to do with him, come at me." Senior brother Wang sneered, "Junior brother Gao, is this your friend? That's great. I didn't expect you to have a friend. But he looks very weak. He doesn't even have a Tao seed." Senior brother Li took out a talisman and said with a smile, "I only sensed a Tao seed before, so I thought it was only you, junior brother Gao." Shen Xiang found it funny. How could his heavenly Tao seed be sensed by these rookies? Not to mention that he had a heavenly Tao seed. Even if it was an ordinary Tao seed, with the strength of his divine sense, he would never let his Tao seed be sensed by others. Even if he let out his blood, no one would be able to tell that he had Tao blood. The Tao blood and Tao bones that he cultivated were completely different from others. Gao Yi clenched his teeth tightly. This burly man was filled with guilt at this moment. He felt that his recklessness had harmed Shen Xiang. "As long as you let him go, I'll do whatever you want," Gao Yi shouted. "All right, take out your Tao heart yourself." Senior brother Li licked his lips and said with a smile, "Why don't you let your friend help you?" Senior brother Wang laughed and said, "I'll give your friend a knife and let him help you dig out your Tao heart. That way we'll let him go." Gao Yi only frowned slightly, then said to Shen Xiang, "Brother, if you escape my Tao heart, they will let you go." Chapter 38-32. Shen Xiang was now a big brother level figure in Gao Yi's eyes. Although Gao Yi did not know what cultivation level Shen Xiang was at, no matter how naive he was, he could tell that Shen Xiang was very strong. Those two senior brothers were both at the 4th level of the Tao Being realm, and there were 2 of them. Generally speaking, one would need to be at least at the 5th level of the Tao Being realm and have a lot of combat experience to be able to defeat 2 at the 4th level of the Tao Being realm. And for someone like Shen Xiang, who was able to kill 2 of them in an instant, and at such a young age, he would definitely be a big brother in the future. Shen Xiang used the short blade to fiddle with the burning corpse and said seriously, "You must burn it thoroughly and not leave behind even the slightest bit of its original aura." Gao Yi hurriedly nodded. "Also, when you kill the other party, don't think that just because his body is destroyed he will be fine. There are still souls." As Shen Xiang spoke, he raised his hand and used his powerful consciousness to sense the 2 souls. Then he condensed them in his palm. These were the souls of the 2 senior brothers. When their skulls were penetrated, their souls were scattered. So powerful, how can I capture the soul? This seems very difficult. Gao Yi's horizons had been broadened. He had only read about this kind of thing in books. He never thought that someone would actually be able to do it. Shen Xiang suddenly remembered that it was very difficult for people with low cultivation to cultivate their consciousness, let alone capture remnant souls so easily. This requires some talismans and other methods to assist. I'll teach you in the future. Shen Xiang said, You just need to learn how to destroy the corpses now. Gao Yi continued to study seriously. Not only did he have to burn the corpses of his 2 senior brothers, he also had to erase all traces of their auras. After turning into ashes, he had to deal with the ashes so that the beasts with a keen sense of smell wouldn't be able to track him. In the end, he had to get rid of the aura he left behind to prevent the beasts with a keen sense of smell from tracking him. We can't leave any clues behind because sometimes the people we kill will have a very powerful background. They will do everything they can to find the real culprit, Xinxiang said. You must remember this, otherwise, if they find out, you will have to live a life of exile. Gao Yi nodded repeatedly. Only now did he realize how important it was to get rid of the evidence, and there were many details involved. They are so poor. They are already at the 4th level of the Tao person realm, but they don't even have a storage bag. The things that Shen Xiang had found on their bodies were of inferior quality. They had no value at all and were destroyed by him. Storage bags are very expensive. Many years ago, our Gao family obtained one by chance. Because I was able to become an inner disciple of the Subduing Fire sect, they gave it to me. Gao Yi took out a somewhat shabby storage bag, his heart secretly grieving. His family had all died in that fire. Don't be sad, maybe we'll meet again. Your house was burned down, but there should be some people who weren't home, right? Your Gao family is a business, so there must be people who often go to faraway places. Shen Xiang comforted him. You have to live well and continue the Gao family's bloodline. Gao Yi nodded heavily. He did not ask about Xin Xiang's cultivation level. He was already enlightened. Xin Xiang and Gao Yi continued on their journey. The current Gao Yi did not want to return to the Subduing Fire sect. Previously, he had almost been killed by his 2 senior brothers, so Gao Yi was extremely disappointed in the Subduing Fire sect. Therefore, he decided to go to an even more powerful sect. The Subduing Fire sect was very far from the top sects in the world-defying world. It could only be considered a second-rate sect. Shen Xiang thought that Gao Yi's aptitude was not bad. If he worked hard, there was a high chance that he could go to a first-rate sect. It was just that the tuition fees were a little difficult. Gao Yi had also thought of how to settle the tuition fees, which was to sell the storage bag. More than 10 days later, Xin Xiang and Gao Yi arrived at a high golden wall. This golden wall was very long and extended to both sides so far that they could not see the end. This is the Great Wall of the Great Yan Empire. It surrounds the entire Great Yan Empire to prevent large-scale beast attacks. Gao Yi said to Xin Xiang. Xin Xiang had read many books before and understood that the existence of the Great Yan Empire was a huge monster in the world-defying world. He had not expected that in the current world, there would be such an empire that was above the various sects and family forces. For example, the Subduing Fire sect was only a small force in the Great Yan Empire. They had a Subduing Fire city and were ruled by the Great Yan Empire. The strongest person in the Great Yan Empire was the Heavenly Flame Emperor, who was very mysterious. Chapter 38-33. Shen Xiang could tell that Gao Yi did not want to find his grandparents, but he had no choice but to go now. Firstly, he had to tell the 2 elders about his parents' situation, and secondly, he hoped that they could help him leave the Subduing Fire sect. Old Gao, actually your talent is not bad. Your grandparents will definitely help you. In addition, you are very sensible, so they will like you very much. Shen Xiang laughed. You have to be a little more confident. To be able to step into the 3rd level of the Tao being realm at your age is not easy. You are a rare genius. Big brother, stop praising me. I was almost slaughtered like a chicken. Gao Yi laughed bitterly. Previously, in front of those 2 senior brothers, he was indeed a weak chicken. If not for Xin Xiang's appearance, he would have really been skinned alive by those 2 senior brothers and dug out his heart and lungs. It was also because of these experiences that Gao Yi knew that the human heart was sinister and could be considered to have seen the dark side of the human heart. If you cultivate well, you should be able to step into the 4th level of the Tao being realm very soon. At that time, it will be even easier to enter a good sect. Xinxiang said, if only there were pills. But good pills. Even if you have enough spar, you can't buy them. Gao Yi sighed. Breaking through is easier said than done. It will take time. Yes, a monster like Xinxiang who broke through several levels in one night was simply unprecedented. Xinxiang only laughed. He had previously started out by refining pills, although he did not recognize any of the medicinal ingredients in the Proud Era, and the heavenly alchemy could no longer be used. With his solid foundation and rich experience in addition to his talent, refining pills was like playing with him. Given a little time, he would be able to grasp this world's alchemy laws and comprehend the most powerful alchemy techniques. They arrived at the Starfire City very quickly. This city was very large and had more than 10 million people. It was not surrounded by walls, but there was a barrier. When necessary, the barrier could be opened. Gao Yi wanted to go to the Lin family in the city, which was one of the cultivation families in the city. In the entire Skyfire state, it could be considered a second-rate cultivation family and was considered relatively strong in the city. The Meteor Trail City was also a very prosperous city. This was because there was a first-rate sect in the city called the Meteor Trail Sect, which was ranked in the top 10 in the entire Great Yan Empire. The various large and small factions within the city revolved around the entire Starflame sect. Various businesses and relationships were closely related to the Starflame sect. However, the Starflame City's city Lord Mansion was above the Starflame sect. The city lord of Meteor Trail City was a human king. He was also a guest elder of the Starfire sect. This human king was conferred by the Great Yan Empire. He was very powerful and represented the empire in ruling the entire Meteor Trail City. Old Gao, as long as you enter the Starfire School, a shameless person like the Subduing Fire School won't be able to do anything to you. Xinxiang laughed. Work hard. Yes, I will do my best to pass the Starfire Sect's assessment and become an outer disciple of the Starfire Sect. Gao Yi looked solemnly at the glowing pearl floating in the distance. That pearl was the landmark of the Starfire Sect. There was a very vast villa in the center of the city. That was where the Starfire Sect was located. The glowing pearl floating in the sky could be seen from outside the city. This pearl was like a bright star. It was not only used to look good, but it could also gather divine qi and emit light. It was said that it could even be used for internal cultivation. The Lin family was considered a large family in Meteor Trail City. However, they were not located in the center of the city. They were located in the southern district of the Starflame sect. They also had a very large territory there. It was a large villa. Although the cultivation aristocratic families are very famous in the empire, they're just fat pigs waiting to be slaughtered. The truly powerful ones should be the various nobles who have the backing of the empire, then the sects, then the family. Xinxiang followed Gao Yi to the Lin family villa. They are also a large family in Meteor Trail City. Because someone in the Yi family was conferred the title of Marquis, they are much stronger than the Lin family. In Meteor Trail City, the disciples of the other families have to be polite when they see the disciples of the Yi family. Gao Yi nodded. They soon arrived at the entrance of the Lin family villa. The door was guarded very strictly. They were not allowed to enter directly. Gao Yi explained his identity. Only then did a person take out a communication talisman to contact the patriarch. Gao Yi's grandfather, Lin Qinxiong, was the patriarch of the Lin family. Gao Yi said that his grandfather was at the 8th or 9th level of the Daobeing realm. Xinxiang felt that the patriarch of a large aristocratic family only had this bit of cultivation, which was far from enough. This was because Xinxiang was already at the 5th level of the Daobeing realm. It would be very fast for him to step into the 6th level. Of course, this was because Xinxiang had underestimated the cultivation of the late stage of the Daobeing realm. If he had cultivated to the later stages, he would not have said so. Very quickly, a butler walked out and welcomed Gao Yi into the Lin mansion with a smile. The butler asked who Xinxiang was. Gao Yi only said that he was a good friend, a friend in times of trouble, and his savior. He did not say anything else. His handsomeness was not that of the weak handsomeness of many young masters. His skin was a little dark, but he was very good-looking and had a strange charm. Elder sister, I am indeed Xinxiang. I wonder, did I offend elder sister? Xinxiang quickly got up and lowered his head as if he was afraid of trouble. Sister, are you angry? This is my residence. Grandpa suddenly arranged for you to stay here. I am indeed a little angry. Although the woman said that there was a faint smile on her face and the coldness in her eyes was gone. Yes, she saw that Xinxiang was handsome and good-looking, so she did not mind and was not angry. Although the woman was also a beauty, in her opinion, Xinxiang was definitely better than her in terms of appearance. I will leave Lin Mansion now. Xinxiang really wanted to leave. He did not want to have any conflict with the Lin family's disciples. Shield, in case Gao Yi was embarrassed. Hey, why are you leaving? I did not drive you away, the woman hurriedly said. Elder sister, aren't you angry? It is easy to get old when angry. If I stay here, you will become old, and it will affect your youth and beauty. Xinxiang lowered his head and whispered, Elder sister is so beautiful, I can't bear it. The woman laughed. You little guy, not only are you good-looking, but your little mouth is also so sweet. Well, elder sister is not angry. You don't have to go. As the woman spoke, she reached out and touched Xinxiang's face. Xinxiang was startled and could only lower his head shyly. He was very depressed in his heart. He was being taken advantage of, but he did not dare to say anything. After all, he was living under someone else's roof. Chapter 38-35. Xinxiang was pulled away from the small building in the forest by Lin Yuya and arrived at a large courtyard. This was the residence of Lin Yuya's parents. Lin Yuya often stayed here, and that small building was just a personal space that she wanted, but she rarely stayed there. Usually she was with her parents. Entering the courtyard, Xinxiang saw a valiant middle-aged man holding a long black whip, staring at a slightly chubby young man. The young man was standing motionless in the middle of a fire pool. His chubby face was trembling and covered in sweat. It was obvious that he was enduring the heat and undergoing a very difficult cultivation. Xinxiang knew at a glance that there was a special medicinal liquid in the fire pool. The liquid was ignited by the fire, and the flames were accompanied by waves of hot air. Standing in the middle of the fire pool and being roasted by the flames, one could absorb a very pure and special divine aura if one cultivated properly. It could strengthen one's body faster and cultivate a stronger blood energy. This is my brother, Lin Ruhu. Lin Yuya whispered to Xinxiang. He's cultivating. My father is very strict. Lin Yuya's father also saw Xinxiang. He only glanced at him and then continued to stare at his son. On the way, Xinxiang learned that Lin Yuya's father was called Lin Yingping. He was the second son of the Lin family's patriarch and also the strongest son. Little Ya, what's your blood energy level now? Lin Yingping asked seriously. Father, my blood energy has just reached level 10. Lin Yuya whispered, Why are you asking? Just as she finished speaking, Lin Yingping suddenly waved the long whip in his hand and whipped his sons, but Lin Ruhu immediately let out a scream, like a pig being slaughtered. Father, why did you hit me? I didn't move just now. Lin Ruhu cried, Am I your son or not? Why do you hit me for no reason? Xinxiang found it funny. This Lin Ruhu was fat and didn't look like a tiger at all. Look at your sister. She's so much younger than you, but she's already at level 10. And you, your blood chi is only at the 8th stage. Lin Yingping angrily rebuked, then waved her whip again. after today's training ends. I'll give you 10 days. If you can't raise your blood qi to level 10, I'll cripple you. Lin Yingping snorted. Xin Xiang was secretly shocked. His father's expectations were too high. At the 4th level of the Tao person realm, it would be considered good if one's blood qi was at the 5th level, and they would be able to reach the 5th level of the Tao person realm. Of course, the effects would be the best if he tried to break through to the 5th level of the Tao being realm at the 10th level. Father, in fact, Big Brother is working very hard. Lin Yia was very concerned about her brother. She also felt a little guilty because if she hadn't come, her brother wouldn't have been whipped. Lin Ruhu rubbed his butt and laughed out loud. Xiaoya, who is this little brother? He's quite handsome, almost more handsome than me. Shen Xiang really wanted to look in the mirror to see if his face was suddenly ruined. This Lin Ruhu was actually competing with him in terms of looks. Shut up! Lin Yingping angrily rebuked. Go pee and look at your own pig face. What right do you have to compete with him? Lin Ruhu was even more suspicious that he was picked up. Not only was his talent not as good as his sister's, but his appearance was also the worst in the family. However, he had one good thing about him, and that was his thick skin. Lin Ruhu jumped out of the fire pool and came in front of Xin Xiang. He smiled and said, Little brother, have you been tricked by Xiaoya? This girl is always thinking of finding a handsome guy to marry into her family. Lin Yia really wanted to ruthlessly stomp on her brother. He actually dared to say such words in front of Xin Xiang. It made her very embarrassed. Lin, hello uncle, hello big brother Lin. I'm Xin Xiang, a friend of big brother Gao Yi. We've been through thick and thin together. Big brother Gao is very enthusiastic, so he brought me to the Lin family and let me stay for a few days. Sorry to disturb you. Xin Xiang said very politely. So you're little cousin's friend, right? What's little cousin's cultivation level now? Lin Ruhu's heart skipped a beat. If his little cousin was more awesome than him, then he, Lin Ruhu, could only raise pigs. 3rd level of the Tao person realm, preparing to step into the 4th level. Lin Yia replied. Lin Yingping glared fiercely at Lin Ruhu again and said angrily, Damn brat, did you hear that? Your little cousin is only 18 years old, but he's already at the 3rd level of the Tao person realm. Moreover, he cultivated in the Gao family, that godforsaken place. You're 28 this year, right? You're 10 years older than your cousin, but you're only at the 4th level of the Tao person realm. Who asked me not to be your biological son? Lin Ruhu said very softly. Chapter 38-36. Xin Xiang frowned. This Lin family actually did not discover that he Hai was poisoned. If this continued, the poison would enter the bone marrow. He Hai might die. How long has it been? Xin Xiang asked. A month. Mother was injured in the battle with the evil spirit last time, and has been until now. Lin Yia was very worried. Little brother, what poison did you say just now? Why do you say that? Lin Yingping was also very worried about his wife. These days, he often went around looking for experts to help treat her. The elders in the Lin family had basically treated He Hai's injuries, and they all said that as long as she had a good rest, she would be able to recover. But a month had passed, and He Hai was still unable to recover. I've read in a book that there is a very hidden poisonous gas that will infiltrate into a person's body and slowly erode their vitality. When it's about time, this hidden poison will erupt. Xin Xiang said. Xin Xiang was a poison expert. He had played with many kinds of famous and terrifying strange poisons, and even configured a super strong strange poison. So when he saw He Hai, he quickly determined that she had been poisoned. Hearing Xin Xiang's words, Lin Yia and Lin Yingping were shocked. Then what should we do? Did the book say anything? Lin Yingping quickly came in front of Xin Xiang. Generally speaking, detoxification requires an antidote prescription or something. What book is that? Little brother Xin, if you cure mother, My father will definitely repay you. Lin Yi said, My mother has been injured for so long and has never been cured. We know that her injury is different from the past. The book did not say what kind of poison it is. It only said that there is a universal method, which is to draw the poison out. Shen Xiang did not need any antidote prescription to detoxify the poison. Drawing the poison out was the best, and the premise was to find the poison in the body. This was also very simple for Shen Xiang, because with a sweep of his divine sense, he could quickly locate the poison scattered in the body, then gather it together, force it to the palm of his hand, and expel it from the fingertips. What do I do? Lin Yingping asked hurriedly. Uncle Lin, do as I say later. Shen Xiang immediately began, pointing at a few places, and let Lin Yingping's blood and qi enter He Hai's body to force the poison out. In fact, the process of forcing the poison out was mainly done by Shen Xiang secretly injecting his divine sense. He was just hiding it. Soon, all the poison in He Hai's body had been forced to her palms. Her palms were now turning black and purple. He Li was so frightened that her face was full of fear. This poison was too scary. It had been lurking in her body for so long, yet she had not noticed it at all. Even so many elders in the Lin family had not noticed it. If this continued, she would definitely die. Then, Lin Yingping began to release the blood. After the poisonous blood was released, Lin Yingping burned it with fire. After the poison blood was forced out, He Hai's recovery speed was very fast, and she immediately became much more energetic. Little brother, you're really amazing. Lin Yingping breathed a sigh of relief. Little brother, I have to thank you this time. When Annie recovers, I'll cook something delicious for you. He Hai smiled gently, then looked at Lin Yi. She naturally knew that this little girl had taken a fancy to Shen Xiang's face. Daddy, how are you going to repay Brother Shen? Lin Yi smiled. That's not necessary, it's just a small matter. Shen Xiang smiled and said, Let me stay in the Lin family for a few more days, or arrange a good job for me. Little brother, you have a good understanding of poison, so you should be interested in pills and whatnot. How about you work at the medicine shop? He Hai asked. Sure. Shen Xiang could not ask for more. This was the best opportunity for him to understand medicinal herbs. He Hai glared at Lin Pingji and said, Dead man, what are you waiting for? Quickly bring little brother there. And remember, give him the best treatment. I'll go now. Lin Yingping immediately brought Shen Xiang away and gave him a token that allowed him to freely enter the Lin family manor. BR. Chapter 38-37. Shen Xiang could feel that his blood energy had increased, but the effect on him did not mean anything. If he wanted to sell the pills to earn crystal stones, he would first have to determine the effects of the pills. He would need to find a few people to test it. He immediately thought of Lin Yi downstairs and her brother Lin Ruhu, who might not be her biological brother. If I give them the pills directly, how do I explain to them where the blood qi pill came from? Shen Xiang is trying to think about how to make up a lie that can be justified. Even the Lin family had very few pills. Lin Yi's mother was poisoned and injured, but she did not take any pills. Shen Xiang thought about it and decided to say that it was given to him by his master. His master was Wang Camtin, who came from the world-defying shrine. It should be normal for him to have pills in his hands. Moreover, he did not need to say who his master was. I'm so handsome, it's normal for me to have a master. Shen Xiang thought about it and decided that if someone asked, he would say that his master was a woman. Xiao Xianglin was his master. In fact, he did not lie, but Xiao Xianglin was mainly a refiner. After thinking about it, Shen Xiang immediately went to the second floor and knocked on Lin Yi's door. Lin Yi was soaking in the medicinal bath. Although it was painful, she still had to keep herself in a state of rest. This could also temper her will. However, in Shen Xiang's eyes, this was not necessary. It was still the middle of the night, so he should not knock on the door of a girl's house. However, Shen Xiang had to work during the day, so he could only knock now. He used his divine sense to scan the room. Lin Yia had already come out of the bathtub and put on her clothes. He could only sense the movements of the people in the room, but he could not see anything clearly, unless he used a higher-level technique, but that would be too wretched. Little brother Shen, it's so late. Is there something urgent? Lin Yia was wrapped in a white bathrobe. Her hair was hanging in front of her chest, which made her look very charming. I have something to ask Sister Lin. Shin Xiang whispered, This is my secret. Sister Lin, can you help me keep it a secret? Of course. Come in quickly. Lin Yia hurriedly let Shin Xiang into the house. In the middle of the night, she was not afraid of being alone with a man and a woman. She was not afraid that this little handsome man would take advantage of her. In her eyes, Shen Xiang is a little lamb without the strength of a chicken to be frivolous. Also, she frivolous Shen Xiang. I have a teacher. She's a woman. After Shen Xiang entered the house, he said mysteriously. She said that even though I don't have a Tao seed, I can still cultivate as long as I eat some pills. She also said that I am suitable for learning alchemy and that I am very talented in this area. After Lin Yia heard this, she felt that it was inconceivable. Then she said in a low voice, Little brother, don't talk nonsense about this matter. Refining pills is a big matter. Oh, why? Shan Xiang also noticed that alchemy seemed to be a taboo. In the Great Yan Empire, you need permission to refine pills. You can't refine pills casually, and you can't learn them casually unless you have permission. Lin Yia lowered her voice and said very seriously, If you secretly refine pills and sell them, once you are caught, you will be severely punished, even executed. Ah, so serious? Shen Xiang was really surprised, because some alchemists refined some problematic pills, causing the deaths of many people, or using some ordinary people to test the pills. They're even worse, using a large number of ordinary children to test the pills, and many people have died. Therefore, the various empires are very strict on privately refining pills. Lin Yia said. Chun Xiang nodded his head. If there were no restrictions, some alchemist would indeed use people to test out the pill formulas. The bodies of ordinary people could not withstand it. If they ate a problematic pill, they would definitely die, not to mention the children. How can one become a qualified alchemist? Shin Xiang asked. About this, I'm not too sure. You have to be certified by the Pill Hall of the Great Yan Empire. Then you have to submit your pill formula to the Pill Hall of the Great Yan Empire. After the Pill Hall of the Great Yan Empire verifies that there are no problems, you can refine pills and sell them. Lin Yia could not help but sigh when she said this. Sister Lin, why are you sighing? Shen Xiang could see that there were many tricks involved. The Pill Hall of the Great Yan Empire. They are very powerful. If you want to be certified as an alchemist, you will inevitably be oppressed by them in various ways. For example, if you want to be certified, you will first have to be bound to them and refine pills for them for a few years, or even more than 10 years. They will often give out tasks to refine pills, and the alchemists must complete them immediately. Otherwise, they will be removed from the list. Chapter 38:38. After Lin Yia finished eating, she immediately felt a heat in her abdomen, and then there was a stream of divine qi flowing all over her body. Sister Lin, my master, said that after eating, you have to find a way to control the chaotic qi in your body, and then refine it into your flesh and bones. Shin Xiang said quickly after seeing Lin Yia's situation. The effect of this pill was very good, but it didn't show on him, but on a rookie like Lin Yia, it could be said that the effect was remarkable. Great! Is this the power of a spirit pill? It's much better than those medicinal baths. Lin Yia immediately sat down and began to cultivate. Shen Xiang condensed his divine sense in his eyes, which allowed him to roughly see the flow of qi in Lin Yia's body. This cultivation method has many flaws. Shen Xiang saw many problems at once, and he suspected that this was the Lin family's ancestral cultivation method. If the cultivation method was not good, it would affect the whole family. The Lin family was a second-rate cultivation family. But over the years, many of the younger generation's cultivation situation was not very good, and it was very likely that this was the effect of the cultivation method. It should have been modified, but it was not modified, and it was even worse. Xinxiang saw some problems again. The Lin family must have found the problem, so they modified it for a period of time. And the effect was still there, but it would show different effects on different people. For example, on Lin Ruhu it was very bad, but on Lin Yia it was better than before. The Lin family is really reckless, changing the cultivation method without understanding the situation, which will lead the whole family to decline. Xinxiang shook his head. Sister Lin, my master, taught me some qi circulation chants and said something about refining this pill. You have a high comprehension ability. Try it, and then give me some pointers. Xinxiang said. Lin Yian nodded repeatedly. She now believed that Xinxiang's master was an expert because she felt that the effect of this pill was very good, but she didn't have the experience to deal with it. Then Xinxiang began to teach Lin Yia how to make the lotus blood qi pill. Soon, Lin Yia felt that the chaotic divine qi in her body gradually became comfortable and gentle, and then she easily controlled it and refined it into her flesh and bones. My blood qi has increased by at least 2 levels. An hour later, Lin Yia finished refining. She was very shocked. She immediately attacked and broke a few tables and chairs. Lin Yia, who was wild with joy, was overjoyed. At her current age, she was at the 4th level of the Daobing realm, but she already had 12 stages of blood qi. This was very impressive. Sister Lin, have you joined a sect? Xinxiang asked. Is your cultivation method given by a sect? I'm a disciple of the Starfire sect. My cultivation technique belongs to the Lin family. If you want to cultivate the Starfire sect's cultivation technique, you'll have to pay a huge sum of money. My parents can't afford it. Lin Yia felt extremely sad when she spoke of this matter. She pouted pitifully and said, My Lin family's cultivation technique isn't that good. I didn't cultivate the Starfire sect's cultivation technique when I was in the Starfire sect. I've always been mocked by others. Joining the Starfire sect was mainly for the sect's cultivation technique, but she couldn't cultivate it. If the other disciples were to cultivate while she was unable to cultivate, she would definitely not be able to keep up with them. Furthermore, the other battle techniques of the Starfire sect were definitely meant to complement the inner cultivation technique of the Starfire sect. Lin Yia wasn't able to learn the Starfire sect's inheritance when she was in the Starfire sect. However, she was able to cultivate to the 10th stage because of her hard work. Every night, she endured the pain and soaked in the medicinal bath until dawn. She did suffer a lot. Then you eat 2 more. The remaining one, give brother who to eat. Xinxiang said. Ah, you haven't even spoken a few words to big brother, and you're already so good to him? Little brother Xin, you're too kind. Lin Yia repeatedly refused. Just give big brother another pill. You can eat the remaining 2 pills yourself. You have to rely on eating pills to cultivate. Actually, Xinxiang wanted to use Lin Ruhu to test the effects of the pill. I can refine this kind of pill in the future. The prerequisite is that you can help me keep it a secret. Xinxiang warned. Don't worry, although my big brother is trash, he is definitely a genius in keeping secrets. When I was young, I caused a lot of trouble, and it was big brother who took the blame for me. Furthermore, whenever I caused trouble, I would throw the blame to big brother, and he would help me keep it a secret. Lin Yia laughed. Xinxiang now somewhat understood why Lin Yia's parents were so strict with Lin Ruhu. It turned out that they had been the scapegoat for many years. Call him over, Xinxiang said. Lin Yia immediately took out the communication talisman and asked Lin Ruhu to come over. Lin Ruhu immediately rushed over and arrived at the hall on the 1st floor of the small building. When he saw Lin Yia and Xinxiang, he immediately asked, Little Yia, what level of disaster is it this time? How many lashes will I receive? Chapter 38:39. Lin Yi was still angry. She did not expect her brother to be such a despicable person. Not only was he despicable, but he was also trying to harm Xinxiang. The worst part was that Lin Ruhu thought that Xinxiang was his brother-in-law, yet he still tried to harm him. The more Lin Yi thought about it, the angrier she got. She wanted to rush downstairs and beat Lin Ruhu up. "Brother Xin, don't go to that kind of place with your brother." Lin Yi put her hands on her hips and said sternly, "You'll lose a lot if you go." "I know." Xinxiang did not expect that Lin Ru, who looked so timid and afraid of his parents and little sister, would be so lecherous. He often went to those kinds of places and seemed to be a regular customer. "I shouldn't have given him that pill. What a waste. His cultivation is so bad. He probably goes to those kinds of places often." Lin Yuya was very angry. "I want to tell my parents that I'll let him go this time since he took the blame for me so many times. If I catch him again, I'll tell them. Sister Lin, Brother Lin might not really go there. Even if he really goes there, he might not be fooling around." Xinxiang said. "Are you speaking for him?" Lin Yuya snorted. "Of course not. I grew up in those kinds of places. I know very well. Some people go there with a group of friends and pretend that they are strong in order to not be looked down upon. In fact, it's just for show." Xinxiang smiled. If Lin Ruhu was here, he would definitely deny it. "You men have such weird dignity." Lin Yuya did not want to continue talking about this matter. She realized that this handsome young man seemed to know more than she did. "Sister Lin, eat one more." Xinxiang took out the 2 remaining blood qi pills. "I told you that you don't have the Taoist seed and need the blood qi pill the most. I'm not related to you. Why are you giving me such a precious pill? Why don't you give it to cousin Gao Yi?" Lin Yuya really wanted to eat it, but she knew that she could not accept it. "Don't worry. I'm going to start learning how to make this pill. Besides, the effect won't be good if you eat too much." Xinxiang said. "I will give Brother Gao one when the time comes." Xinxiang just wanted to know if the effect would weaken after Lin Yuya ate the second pill. All right. When Lin Yuya heard that Xinxiang could refine pills, she was very happy. If she could have an alchemist friend, her cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Lin Yuya ate another pill and began to refine it. The effect this time is not as strong as before, but it is still useful. Lin Yuya immediately told Xinxiang about the feeling after eating it. "Yes." Xinxiang nodded. The first time he took the blood qi pill, the effect was very good. The second time he took it, the effect would be weaker. Lin Yuya quickly refined the blood qi pill. "My blood qi has probably increased by another level." Lin Yuya became excited again. "My blood qi should be at stage 13. Eat one more." Xinxiang gave the last pill to Lin Yuya. Lin Ruhu was still refining downstairs. He needed more time, which meant that his physique was not as good as Lin Yuya's. He was inferior to Lin Yuya in all aspects. Lin Yuya was reluctant to eat it. She was afraid that Xinxiang did not have it. Moreover, this was a great favor to her. However, under Xinxiang's persuasion, she could not resist the temptation and ate the third pill. The effect of the third pill was slightly weaker. "I used the worst herbs to refine these blood qi pills. If I used better herbs, the effect would be better." Xinxiang had already grasped the specific effects of the blood qi pill. Just when Lin Yuya was refining the blood qi pill, Xinxiang suddenly felt that there were people approaching the house. Moreover, they were people with higher cultivation. It was Lin Yuya's parents. They came very quickly. They rushed over. They saw Lin Ruhu for the first time. "Damn you, why are you here?" Lin Yingping saw Lin Ruhu lying on the floor of the living room and walked over to kick him. Ow! Chapter 3840. Xinxiang wanted to meet this mysterious demon spirit, but he could not make a move in the Lin family villa. Therefore, he strengthened his divine sense a little and deliberately let the demon spirit sense it. The demon spirit was a man in black. He was hiding in a tree in the courtyard where Lin Yuya's parents lived. After the demon spirit sensed the divine sense, he was secretly alarmed and immediately retreated. He did not understand what was going on. He only knew that he had been discovered just now. Looks like this demon spirit is here for Sister Xiaoya's mother. Xinxiang stared from the air. The black-clothed man's movement technique was agile, and his stealth ability was extremely strong. One had to know that the entire Lin family villa knew that a demon spirit had sneaked in, and the demon spirit could still easily leave the Lin family villa. Xinxiang secretly followed the demon spirit. To his surprise, the direction the demon spirit was heading towards was actually the roof of a tall building. The demon spirit did not need any flying mounts. He could directly fly and arrive at the top of the building that was dozens of stories tall. It's a flying talisman. Xinxiang quickly saw through it. Then he looked at the name of the building. It was called Taisyan Building. Taisyan? Isn't that the most powerful sect in the Great Yan Empire? Xinxiang was even more shocked. He had heard before that the Taisyan sect was a top sect in the Great Yan Empire and was located in the Great Yan capital. Could it be that the person who received the demon spirit on the roof was someone from the Taisyan sect? Xinxiang was even more puzzled. The Taisyan building was a righteous sect that slaughtered devils. How could it have any dealings with the evil creatures of the heavenly devil abyss? On the roof of the Taisyan building stood a handsome man in white. He looked like a disciple of a famous sect. This guy is so strong. Xinxiang thought to himself. The man in white looked very young, but his strength was not inferior to Lin Yuya's parents. Young Master Long, the devil poison in He Li's body has been cured. When the demon spirit saw the man, he knelt on one knee and looked very respectful. Impossible. Not to mention this Meteor Trail city. Even in the capital, it's not impossible to find 3 people who want to cure the devil poison. With a small family like the Lin family, it's impossible for them to come into contact with those 3 respected seniors. The man said coldly with a face of disbelief, "It has indeed been cured, but the cause has yet to be determined. I only know that there is an expert in the Lin family. That expert has cultivated divine sense and discovered me." He said in horror, "If I didn't run fast enough, I might have been caught." The man's expression changed drastically. Then he looked around at the sky and immediately took out a mirror and shone it in all directions. He was checking to see if anyone was nearby. Why didn't you contact me with a message talisman when you encountered something like this? If someone follows me and finds out that I'm here to help you, the consequences will be unimaginable." The man was relieved after making sure that there was no one around. He Li's demonic poison has been cured. So what should we do next? Is the plan still going on? If He Li's devilish poison isn't neutralized, we'll be able to control her once the poison reaches her brain. We can make her marry Lin Yuya to our employer. What a pity. Lin Yuya is such a good female cultivator. The man sighed. After Xinxiang heard it, he was even more shocked. Then he used the 6 realms mirrors to take a look at the man's face, and then went to investigate the man's identity in the future. "What about the Yi family?" Mo Ling asked again. "The Yi family has a marquee. The Starflame Duke might be able to resolve it." "Don't worry. The Starflame Duke won't be able to do it. His granddaughter will definitely be controlled by us." After the man finished speaking, he waved his hand. "Go and keep an eye on the Yi family. If the Starflame Duke comes to the capital for help, contact me immediately. I will think of a way to stop him." "Yes, sir." With that, he immediately headed for the Yi residence. Xinxiang continued to follow Mo Ling. He did not make a move against the man because he had experts in the Supreme Immortal Tower. If they were to fight, it would cause a huge commotion. Also, he wanted to go to the Yi family. The Yi family was the strongest family in Meteor Trail City because of the Starflame Duke. Xinxiang did not know much about the Starflame Duke, but to be able to be conferred the title of Marquis and become a noble with a high status, he He must be very powerful. The demon spirit was truly powerful. Very quickly, they arrived at the Yi residence in the eastern district of Meteor Trail City. Chapter 3841. This demon spirit's concealment ability was very high. Even a strong old cultivator like Duke Xingyan could not detect it. However, the demon spirit's strength was not particularly strong. Once it was exposed, it would not be able to defeat Duke Xingyan. The moment Duke Xingyan made his move, he instantly captured the demon spirit. The captured demon spirit had a dumbfounded look on its face. The woman, not far away, was also very afraid. This was because when the demon spirit struggled just now, it released a very strong, evil aura. "Expert, you can come out now," Duke Xingyan shouted after capturing the demon spirit. He had a very good understanding of the demon spirit and was certain that it was a real demon spirit. Moreover, it was the kind that had a very strong concealment ability. Shen Xiang also suddenly descended from the sky. Seeing Shen Xiang, Duke Xingyan was stunned. In his imagination, this expert was at least a middle-aged man. However, he was a young man, and he was also very handsome. "Senior Yi." Shen Xiang only cupped his hands. He was unable to determine Duke Xingyan's cultivation, but he could feel that Duke Xingyan's strength was similar to Wang Camtin's. "Expert, was it you who was talking to me just now?" Duke Xingyan was even more shocked. How could a young man cultivate his divine sense? If the other party was a middle-aged man or an old man, he would think that it was normal. However, it was a young man. This was truly incomprehensible. The demon spirit also did not know what was going on. He could only roughly guess that his discovery was related to this young man. Duke Xingyan took out a cage from his storage bag and placed Duke Xingyan inside. "This is not enough." Shen Xiang saw that the iron cage was relatively simple and said, "I know." Duke Xingyan took out a few talismans and pasted them on the iron cage. Shen Xiang nodded. Those talismans were indeed enough. Then, Duke Xingyan placed the iron cage in a special large box. The box was very thick and was enough to trap the demon spirit. "I have caught demon spirits before. I have experience." Duke Xingyan looked at Shen Xiang and asked doubtfully, "Are you an expert or a little brother?" "Senior, this kid is not an expert." Shen Xiang laughed. "Hua Hua, don't worry." Marquis Xingyan quickly walked towards his frightened granddaughter and gently patted her head. Yi Huahua was really scared just now, especially when she heard the word Mo Ling. Her heart was pounding. "Senior, can we talk in private?" Shen Xiang looked at Yi Huahua. He felt that there were some things that Yi Huahua could not know. "All right." Starflame Marquis took out a message talisman. Very soon, a few white-robed women arrived. All of them were extremely powerful. The fact that they were able to enter this forbidden zone meant that the Starflame Marquis trusted them a lot. Furthermore, they were also very secretive existences. They should have been secretly nurtured by the Starflame Marquis to protect his family. The demon spirit was locked in a box and couldn't hear anything outside. Now, only Shen Xiang and the Starry Flame Duke were left in the garden. Marquis Xingyan looked very fierce. His eyes flickered with sharpness, and his might was overwhelming. He did not look like an old man at all. However, Shen Xiang could still see that he was very tired. It was a mental exhaustion. "There's only the two of us here. What's going on with that devil spirit? And the devil poison in my granddaughter's body, can you really cure it?" Marquis Xingyan asked. "Senior, when did your granddaughter start being poisoned?" Shen Xiang was certain that Marquis Xingyan was trustworthy from their conversation just now. After his rebirth, not only did his soul carry a powerful consciousness, he also had another ability. It was because he could tell if the other party was lying, or if he could tell if the other party was trustworthy. It's been 3 months. She's an inner disciple of the Starfire sect. When she went out to train, she was injured by the demon spirit. Marquis Xingyan frowned. but I never thought that I would actually be poisoned by the devil poison. Generally speaking, the devil poison is very precious and would not be used lightly. Shen Xiang took out the 6 realms mirrors. Right now, it looked like a very ordinary mirror, and on the surface of the mirror, the white-clothed man that he had recorded on the top of the supreme immortal tower appeared. "Senior, do you recognize this person?" Xinxiang said. Marquis Xingyan could tell that it was the supreme immortal tower with a single glance. He also saw the demon spirit and the white-clothed man together. Chapter 3842. The Star-Flame Duke quickly walked out of the forbidden area, looking very anxious. Shen Xiang, on the other hand, was wondering if the devil poison in Yi Huahua was the same as in Hihai. He believed that there should be some differences. After all, a certain power wanted to use Yi Huahua to infiltrate the 100 Flowers world, so this poison could not possibly cause any danger to Yi Huahua's life. However, during the process of the poison acting up, it would cause severe injuries. Only then could it completely invade the soul and be controlled. He had seen Yi Huahua before, and she looked to be in a similar state as Hihai. However, there was still a different feeling to him. He couldn't tell what was different, but this was what made him feel strange. Not long after, Shen Xiang followed the Starflame Duke to a very elegant and comfortable large room. Yi Huahua was currently lying on the large bed in the middle of the room. That large bed was also very special. It looked like it was made of a special profound jade and emitted a faint warmth. When Shen Xiang arrived at the room and saw the bed, he immediately felt that something was amiss. There were many people in the room. When the Starflame Duke arrived, he went straight to the bedside and everyone bowed to him. It was also because Shen Xiang had a rather handsome appearance that everyone took a few more glances at him. However, they quickly ignored him. He also saw the 2 women from the 100 Flowers world. He did not know either of them. However, when he thought about it, he felt that it was normal. This was because the women he was familiar with all had extremely high statuses in the 100 Flowers world. They were all very strong, and the Starflame Duke was probably not qualified to come into contact with them. The women from the 100 Flowers world were currently explaining Yi Huahua's situation to the Starflame Duke in detail. They only knew that she had been poisoned, but they did not know what the poison would be like. Shen Xiang was still secretly studying the jade bed. Yi Huahua would feel very comfortable lying on this bed, and her complexion seemed to be much better. He asked the middle-aged man who had brought him and the Starflame Duke over. The white-clothed middle-aged man was a very loyal follower, and everyone called him Uncle Li. Uncle Li was very curious about Shen Xiang's identity, but when he saw Shen Xiang appear in the forbidden area, he knew that Shen Xiang was someone that the Starflame Duke trusted a lot. "Uncle Li, what's going on with that bed? Did Huahua sleep on this bed before?" Shen Xiang asked in a very low voice. After Floey was injured, the Starfire sect sent it over. They said it's useful for healing. Uncle Li said, "It does have a miraculous effect. When Huahua lies on this bed, she won't feel uncomfortable. She'll also feel more energetic." Shen Xiang sneered in his heart. He was now certain that the Starfire sect was not a good person either. This bed could indeed alleviate Yi Huahua's pain, but at the same time, it also allowed the poison to multiply rapidly in her body, allowing Yi Huahua to be controlled even faster. The 2 women from 100 Flowers Heaven and Earth were both middle-aged women. Their attitudes were very good, and they were going to try to help Yi Huahua cure the poison. However, they were not 100% sure that they could successfully detoxify the poison. "Ladies, do we need to leave?" Starflame Duke asked. "No need. We need you to watch from the side. We might need your help," a woman said. Then they began to channel their energy into Yi Huahua's body, wanting to force the poison out of her body. This was also the most common method. Shen Xiang secretly observed the people present. Other than Marquis Starflame and the 2 women from 100 Flowers Heaven and Earth, there were more than 10 other people. Some of them were sent by the Starfire sect, and some were elders of the Yi family. After his observation, he discovered that an old man from the Starfire sect and an old man from the Yi family both had traces of evil energy on their bodies. Although it was very weak, Xinxiang could still sense it with his consciousness. It was not that these two people were demon spirits, but that they had recently come into close contact with demon spirits. The old man from the Yi family was a clan elder. He was the cousin of Marquis Starflame, and his name was Yi Chong. Yi Chong's expression was amiable. Just now, he had been feeling heartache for Yi Huahua. It seemed that he was very concerned about Yi Huahua. Xinxiang secretly asked Uncle Li and found out that Yi Chong had borrowed the bed from the Starfire sect. As for Elder Qin of the Starfire sect, he was Yi Chong's friend. Elder Qin said, "Huahua is an outstanding female disciple of our Starfire sect. No matter what, we have to cure her. Those demon spirits are too vicious. They actually attacked her. It's all because of the world-defying stage Divine Palace and the Tao Creation Divine Sect. These two scourges, they were the ones who brought the demon spirits into the world." Yi Chong scolded in a low voice, "When I meet these two forces, I will definitely teach them a lesson." Chapter 3843. Starflame Duke. This poison is very difficult to cure. Please do not disturb us. One of the middle-aged women said, "Ladies, All right." Starflame Duke did not say anything else. In the eyes of Starflame Duke, these two middle-aged women could be considered girls. In fact, their temperaments looked very young. Starflame Duke could only helplessly look at Xinxiang. Their poison will take at least 5 days. Within these 5 days, she will definitely not be able to detect the weak poison. Xinxiang transmitted to Starflame Duke. These two women came from the 100 Flowers world and were not weak. Even if the poison flared up, there would not be any major problems in a short period of time. For hours later, they stopped. This devil poison is very strong and strange. We have never seen it before. Starflame Duke, we need more time to study it. We will contact the outstanding alchemists in the 100 Flowers world and consult them. After the two middle-aged women finished speaking, they comforted Yi Huahua, telling her not to worry and to maintain an optimistic attitude. "Ladies, to be honest, this young friend can detoxify the poison. Moreover, he was the one who discovered that the demon spirit was hiding in my residence." Starflame Duke said, "Why don't we let him try?" The two middle-aged women frowned. Xinxiang was a youth, as long as one was not blind. One could see that his handsome face was full of youthfulness. Xinxiang only smiled faintly at them. "Do as you wish." A woman waved her hand. They were slightly unhappy in their hearts because Starflame Duke said that they were poisoned and then said that a youth could detoxify them. Wasn't this looking down on them? Everyone knew that the 100 Flowers world was very outstanding in terms of pills. Their pills were very popular in various realms. The 100 Flowers world had the title of unparalleled pill. Not only that, they used poison like gods. It was said that when the girls of the 100 Flowers world fought with others, they would first use poison and all kinds of poisonous hidden weapons. The people of the various realms would try their best to avoid large-scale conflicts with the 100 Flowers world. This was because over the years, this group of women had fought several big battles and had never suffered a loss. Moreover, the forces that fought with them suffered heavy casualties. Those who survived were all miserable. It could be said that they were tortured by their poison. For a poison that even 100 Flowers, heaven, and earth couldn't detoxify, no one could. "Senior, I can't do it on my own. Please help me." Xinxiang could naturally do it himself, but it would be too shocking. "Grandpa, is this little brother really okay? Even those two big sisters couldn't do it. They are better than this little brother." Yi Huahua also had doubts in her heart. "I just happen to know how to detoxify this kind of demonic poison, and this was all taught by my master." Xinxiang said, I am not proficient in this method, and my cultivation is not high enough, so I need help. Only the Starflame Marquis knew that Shenxiang had cultivated his divine sense, so he trusted Shenxiang very much. Now he was even more shocked. This little fellow actually had a master. Wouldn't that be even more terrifying? After that, Shenxiang began to instruct Starflame Marquis on how to detoxify the poison. In fact, the main reason was that he was secretly using his powerful spiritual sense to infuse Yi Huahua's body and then gathering the various poisons together. The Starflame Marquis only helped to use his blood energy to move the poison bit by bit to one place without harming Yi Huahua. During this process, the Starflame Marquis was even more shocked because he once again felt that Shenxiang's spiritual sense was very strong. With his strength, he was actually unable to determine what level of spiritual sense it was. Very quickly, the poison in Yi Huahua's body was forced out of her body. This process was very fast. It could be said to be clean and efficient. The two women from the 100 Flowers Heaven and Earth were dumbfounded. They did not know what was going on either. In their eyes, that kind of demonic poison was extremely troublesome. They needed to seek help from stronger seniors, but this youth was actually able to easily deal with it. The Starflame Marquis was very clear that this was all because Shenxiang's spiritual sense was very strong. This was not a technique at all. It could be said that with a strong spiritual sense, one could do whatever they wanted. Little brother, may I ask who your master is? A woman from the 100 Flowers Heaven and Earth asked. Of course. Shenxiang could not directly say that it was Xiao Xianglin. She was one of the big shots of the 100 Flowers Heaven and Earth. And how could she accept a man as her disciple? Chapter 3844. Shenxiang was still at the 5th level of the Tao Person realm. This realm mainly focused on increasing one's blood energy and tempering the bones in the body. He did not know what level his blood energy was, but he was sure that it was much stronger than Lin Yuya's. Lin Yuya was at the 4th level of the Tao Person realm. After she ate the pill that Shenxiang gave her, her blood energy was already at the 13th level. Shenxiang believed that he was at least at the 20th level or even higher. He had not tested it yet. All the cultivation families had things to test blood energy. They were all relatively large and expensive. He did not go to the Lin family to test it, mainly because he was afraid that it would be too scary. After all, he was a youth and did not have a Tao seed. If he was tested to be at the 20th level, he would be very eye-catching. However, he planned to go to the Yi family to find the Starflame Marquis when he was free in the future. Before dawn, Lin Yuya knocked on Shenxiang's door. Brother Shen, are you awake? Lin Yuya called out softly. In the past 2 days, Lin Yuya and Shenxiang had become very familiar with each other. Moreover, she felt that Shenxiang was more awesome than her, so she followed Lin Ruhu and called Shenxiang brother. In her opinion, Shenxiang, this little brother, is more like an elder brother than Lin Ruhu, this big brother. Lin Ruhu only knew how to soak his feet all day. He was better at taking the blame, but he was not at all presentable. Shenxiang opened the door and saw an exquisitely dressed Lin Yuya. She was wearing a simple and elegant white dress. Although she was not a stunning woman, she was bright and lively. After dressing up, it added a bit of elegance to her. You're leaving so early? Shenxiang promised Lin Yuya today that he would accept her gratitude and go out with her to eat and drink. Moreover, this expense was also paid by her parents. This family was very grateful to him for curing Hihai's poison. If the couple knew that Shenxiang had given them precious spirit pills, they might be so excited that they would ask Lin Ruhu to be Shenxiang's servant. If we don't go early, when Big Brother wakes up, he will go with us. This guy has a huge appetite. We won't be able to eat much with him around. Lin Yuya smiled and said, Don't pity my big brother. He's so fat, he doesn't need to eat and drink. Even if we starve him for 10 days or 8 days, the two of us added together won't be as heavy as him. Just like that, Shenxiang followed Lin Yuya to shop. Lin Yuya's looks were not top-notch, but her temperament and figure were very good. This was not something that could be compared to her with just a face. In addition, she had a 13th stage blood qi at the 4th stage of the Tao being realm, which made her even more confident. A confident woman had a confident temperament that made her appear even more beautiful. Of course, walking on the street, the most eye-catching person was still Xinxiang. He was dark and tanned. At first glance, one could tell that he was not a disciple of a noble family. Moreover, he was dressed very plainly in a very simple set of gray clothes. No matter how one looked at him, he looked poor. However, no one really noticed what he was wearing. They were mainly looking at his face. His shabby clothes actually accentuated his face even more. As long as he was good-looking, it didn't matter what he wore. Everyone could tell that Lin Yuya was a young miss from an aristocratic family, and they all thought that this handsome young man was her follower. However, when they saw her buying all sorts of food for Xinxiang along the way, they felt that it wasn't the case. As for Xinxiang, he was rather curious about those weapon and equipment stores, as well as the medicinal herb stores. Although there were many businesses belonging to the Lin family in the southern district of the Starfire City, the southern district was so big that it was not something that the Lin family could handle. In terms of spiritual medicine, the Lin family was only on a small scale. The largest scale was still those big powers. For example, the Starfire sex business was spread throughout the entire Starfire City, and their location was also the best. Brother Shin, can you help me take a look at what kind of sword is better? Lin Yuya looked at the Lin Yuya. Seeing the Starfire sex equipment store, Lin Yuya suddenly spoke up. Do you want to buy it now? Although Xinxiang was not a weapon refiner, with his ability, it would not be a problem for him to refine some of the lower-end items, let alone appraising equipment. Of course not. I'll take a good look first and set a small goal for myself. Then I'll go and achieve it. Lin Yuya laughed. I want a beautiful sword. She had already pulled Xinxiang into the Starfire sex equipment store. The Starfire sex equipment store was a dozen or so large shops, and the first floor was filled with all sorts of low-grade items. There were even better ones above. Lin Yuya seemed to be very familiar with this equipment store, and then directly went to the third floor. This place was filled with swords, and there were all kinds of swords displayed in various ways. Chapter 38:45. Xinxiang was a little confused. He had purposely tanned himself to build muscles, so that he wouldn't look so delicate. But now he was being called a cute little puppy. Xiao Rongrong, it's my own business who I make friends with. My parents have no right to control me. What's more, my parents have seen Brother Shin before, and they treat him very well. Also, we're just friends. It's not as bad as you think. Lin Yuya's voice was cold. Sigh, Xiaoye, you're too inexperienced. You need to think about your future. Young master, Yi is really interested in you. Xiao Rongrong sighed softly. Lin Yuya was very unhappy. In her opinion, Xinxiang was much more outstanding than most of the children of the aristocratic families. He had saved her mother and given her and Lin Ruhu blood qi pills to improve their blood qi. Those children of the aristocratic families were interested in her, but she would only be a concubine and used as a cultivation furnace. She was a child of the Lin family, but she was not valued. She could only be a concubine and support her husband if she married into the Yi family. Therefore, in many aristocratic families, the cultivation of the main wife was very high. As for the concubines, not only would they not get cultivation resources, but their cultivation would also be delayed. This was why Lin Yuya wanted to marry into the Yi family. That way, she would not have to be a concubine. Of course, Lin Yuya did not have such thoughts about Xinxiang now. She knew that Xinxiang had a mysterious and powerful master behind him. Otherwise, Xinxiang would not have been able to get a few precious blood qi pills. Xiao Rongrong saw that Lin Yuya's expression was not right, so she quickly smiled and said, Xiaoye, it's your own business who you make friends with. I'm being nosy. Can you introduce this handsome young man to Sister Rongrong? He must have an extraordinary background, right? He's my cousin's friend. He saved my cousin's life. He comes from a remote mountain village. My parents asked me to bring him out to play, Lin Yuya said. Xiao Rongrong did not say much. After all, they were related. Xinxiang could see that Xiao Rongrong was trying to matchmake Lin Yuya and young Master Yi. That way, she would be able to get a big red packet. For example, Lin Yuya was born in an aristocratic family, but was not valued. Moreover, she had good aptitude and was outstanding in all aspects. She was indeed the best choice to be a concubine. Although Lin Yuya was a little careless, she was smart enough to know what Xiao Rongrong was thinking. Sister Rongrong, which family is Yi Xingyun's wife from? Lin Yuya asked directly. Xiao Rongrong only smiled awkwardly. Yi Xingyun, who had his eyes on Lin Yuya, was the third grandson of the Yi family's head, Marquis Xingyun. He had just stepped into the 5th level of the Daobeing realm and could be considered a promising young man. Of course, in Xinxiang's eyes, Yi Xingyun was a piece of trash. He had the Yi family backing him and received resources from the Xingyin sect. But he had just stepped into the 5th level of the Daobeing realm. Xinxiang and Lin Yuya had asked a lot about the Yi family when they were shopping. Although Yi Huahua was a granddaughter, she was still a piece of trash in Xinxiang's eyes. She had reached the 5th level of the Daobeing realm in her 20s and was much more outstanding than Yi Xingyun. Sister Rongrong, you have a good relationship with Yi Xingyun. Why don't you marry him? Or are you afraid of his legal wife? Lin Yuya was this kind of person. If anyone made her unhappy, she would make them unhappy. Xiao Rongrong was from the Xiao family, which was similar to the Lin family. However, she could not be Yi Xingyun's wife and could only be a concubine. Young master, Yi doesn't like me. Who asked Sister Rongrong to not be so outstanding? Xiao Rongrong laughed at herself. Then who is Yi Xingyun's wife? He has a wife, but he still misses me? Lin Yuya continued to ask. It's City Lord Bai's daughter, Bai Su. They just got engaged. Xiao Rongrong said, Young master, you will be here soon. He wants to choose a sword and give it to his sister. Yi Huahua had just recovered from a serious illness, and she was deeply loved by the Starflame Duke. So all the disciples of the Yi family had to perform well, so that the Starflame Duke could see how good they were to Yi Huahua. Bai Su? Humph. Is he worthy of her? Lin Yuya snorted. At this time, many young and handsome young masters and beautiful young ladies from aristocratic families arrived one after another. They were all here to wait for young Master Yi. There was nothing they could do. Everyone wanted to curry favor with Yi Xingyun. After all, he was the grandson of the Starflame Duke and the disciple of the number 1 family in the Starflame City. They were very clear about Yi Xingyun's itinerary, so they were waiting there to flatter Yi Xingyun. They all saw Lin Yuya and knew that young Master Yi wanted Lin Yuya to be his concubine. However, when they saw that there was an incomparably handsome young man following beside Lin Yuya, they immediately thought that Lin Yuya might be deliberately angering Yi Xingyun. Everyone knew that Lin Yuya disliked Yi Xingyun very much. She had always avoided Yi Xingyun, but never dared to fall out with Yi Xingyun, mainly because she was worried that the Yi family would take revenge on the Lin family. Chapter 3846. Lin Yuya was stunned. She had underestimated the bottom line of this group of people. They actually asked for 1,000,000 spar. Not to mention Xinxiang. Even her parents wouldn't be able to gather that much in a short period of time. Wu Yu, don't talk nonsense. My friend just came to Starfire City, and this is the first time he's seen you. How could he owe you 1,000,000 spar? Lin Yuya immediately retorted. The IOU is in my house. I'll show it to you. Wu Yu said, Lilia, you just met this friend not long ago. It's normal that you don't know him well. The IOU was at home? This kind of thing could be forged as much as he wanted. Lin Yuya was furious. She cursed in her heart that she shouldn't have brought Xinxiang here. Brother Wu, you must have remembered wrongly. Xinxiang still had a smile on his face. When everyone saw that Xinxiang could still smile, they were all startled. This was because no matter how they looked at him, this young man did not look like a big shot. There were no blood energy fluctuations on his body, and his clothes were very shabby. Other than Linnea, all the young masters and young ladies present were wearing the treasured clothes of the Starfire sect. The cheapest one was worth several 100,000. If I remember correctly, you did borrow 1,000,000 from me 2 months ago. Besides, with your appearance, it's even more impossible for me to mistake you for someone else. Wu Yu insisted. Brother Wu, I clearly borrowed 10,000,000 from you. Xinxiang said with a frown. Could it be that I remembered wrongly? Everyone was shocked. Even Wu Yu was stunned. Linnea was even more shocked to the point of disbelief. I borrowed 10,000,000 from you and said that I would return it to you in 3 months. You're in such a hurry to ask me for it. I haven't gathered enough yet. Xinxiang continued. Brother Wu, why don't you go back and take a look at the IO? Is it written that the deadline is 3 months? Yi Xingyun narrowed his eyes, but did not say anything. He was only curious as to how this young man would end up. Xiao Rongrong said, Little brother, look at everyone here. We are all wearing treasured clothes. The cheapest is 500,000 or 600,000, and the most expensive is over 1,000,000. You are not from the same world as us. If you stay away from Xiaoya, then nothing will happen today. Xinxiang ignored her and continued to speak to Wu Yu. Brother Wu, are you very anxious right now? How about this? I'll personally deliver it to the Wu family in 3 days. You won't run away in 3 days, will you? Someone sneered. Xiaoya, you know what to do. Xiao Rongrong said in a low voice. Quickly get him to agree. As long as he stays away from the Starfire City, nothing will happen. After Wu Yu regained his senses, he also thought that Xinxiang would run away within 3 days. No, I want it today. Wu Yu immediately said, I want it now. Is tonight okay? Always give me time to raise crystal stones. Xinxiang sighed. I'll give you 2 hours at most. If you don't pay me back, I'll use your life to pay for it, Wu Yu said coldly. At this time Yi Xingyun smiled and said, Actually, there's no need to be so anxious. 3 days it is. Little brother, the 10,000,000 that Brother Wu lent you is actually mine. You can just return it to me. Everyone looked at Xinxiang with schadenfreude. Xinxiang had previously praised Yi Xingyun for being good, but seeing Yi Xingyun admit that he was the one who gave the 10,000,000 to Wu Yu, Xinxiang took back his previous praise. He purposely said that he owed Wu Yu 10,000,000 because he wanted to set a trap and see if Yi Xingyun would jump in. From Yi Xingyun's point of view, if Xinxiang could not pay it back, then he would definitely have to run away from the Starfire City and could only stay away from Linnea. If he really paid it back, then wouldn't he, Yi Xingyun, have earned 10,000,000 for nothing? Of course, in his eyes, Xinxiang couldn't even take out 100,000. Xiao Rongrong also sneered, then looked at Linnea reproachfully and said in a low voice, Look, who told you not to listen to me? I've already said it. Because he's from a different world from us. You've harmed him this time. Linnea really wanted to slap Xiao Rongrong, but she didn't dare. So this 10,000,000 is young Master Yez. That's great. I'll pay you a visit tomorrow. How about tonight? Xinxiang said. Chapter 38-47. Uncle Li was a professional assassin. Usually when someone asked him for help, it was related to killing people. Xinxiang had to re-examine this unprepossessing, middle-aged man who looked a little old. Is the Wu family of Meteor Trail City strong? Xinxiang asked. Not strong. It's a third-rate family. Do you want to kill their entire family or just their family head? Uncle Li said casually. I can do it first and then treat my arm. Xinxiang was shocked. A family of cultivators in Meteor Trail City could be wiped out just like that. Furthermore, this was a decision that could be made by a servant of the Starflame Duke. He had originally thought that the difference between the cultivation families was not that great. He had not expected it to be so great. He now understood why Xiao Rongrong had introduced Linnea to Yi Xingyun and why so many disciples of the aristocratic families had knelt down and licked Yi Xingyun's boots. However, the Yi family of the Starflame Duke was not that strong when facing the Starflame sect or the city lord. Uncle Li, how strong is the Yi family? Xinxiang frowned and said, I don't understand the strength of the Meteor Trail City. The three strongest forces in Meteor Trail City are the Starflame sect, the City Lord's mansion, and the Yi family. The others are all weak and not a threat. Uncle Li said, Is that so? Senior Yi said that he is quite afraid of the Starflame sect. Xinxiang said doubtfully, The family head is afraid of everyone, but if he is forced into a corner, he is not afraid of anyone. In the great Yan Empire, those who can be conferred the title of Marquis are all ruthless characters. Uncle Li smiled and said, Young Master Xin, destroying the Wu family is a deal between you and me. The family head does not need to agree. I didn't say that I wanted to destroy the Wu family. I just wanted to teach a young master of the Wu family a lesson. Xinxiang thought for a moment and then told Uncle Li everything that had happened today. Uncle Li, this matter involves Yi Shengyin. I don't want to make things difficult for Senior Yi, so it's better to start with Wu Yu. Xinxiang said, I can help you get rid of Yi Xingyun and Wu Yu. Uncle Li said, If you need it, I can also destroy the entire Wu family. Xinxiang's mouth twitched. Yi Xingyun was the grandson of the Starry Flame Marquis. How could this Uncle Li kill him just like that? This isn't too good, right? Xinxiang said with a smile. Uncle Li, are you kidding me? Of course not. A trash like Yi Shengyun. After he dies, in less than 10 days, everyone will forget about him. Uncle Li said, Wait, he's Senior Ye's grandson. Xinxiang said, The patriarch has never wanted to admit that this kind of trash is his grandson, because it is very embarrassing. Uncle Li said with a smile, Of course, if the patriarch were to deal with it, it would be a little gentler, which is to cripple Yi Xingyun on the spot. Xinxiang understood that in such a large aristocratic family, being weak was the original sin. If one did not have the ambition to improve, did not work hard, and was at the bottom of his peers, causing trouble everywhere, in the eyes of the upper echelons of the family, no one would pay attention to someone like that. Uncle Li, I want to use my own method to solve this problem. I just hope that Uncle Li can help me with a small matter. There's no need to kill people. Xinxiang said with a smile, Fine, I will cooperate with young Master Xin. Uncle Li said, Then I will help you heal your arm first. How about it? Xinxiang looked at Uncle Li's arm. This, you have to attend the banquet tonight. It's best if you go now. Uncle Li said with a smile, My injury has been there for a long time. There's no hurry. It will be done soon. Xinxiang motioned Uncle Li to sit down. Uncle Li sat down and played with his sleeve. It's very serious. The bones are broken inch by inch and the muscles are rotten. The main thing is that there is a strong blood energy inside. Xinxiang said, It took me a long time to figure out the situation. Young Master Xin is really amazing. Uncle Li's eyes shone with admiration. You figured it out. Why didn't you tell Senior Yi? Xinxiang asked. I was afraid that the patriarch would go look for that person. Uncle Li sighed. The patriarch sees me as his own son. If he knows about this, he will definitely go look for that person. I don't want the patriarch to cause trouble. Moreover, the patriarch can't heal my injuries. Only that person can heal me. Xinxiang nodded. Starfire Duke must have a lot of things to deal with now. So Uncle Li did not want to distract him. That person only injured my arm. He was already merciful. Uncle Li said, That person wants the patriarch to lower his head. This will hurt the patriarch's dignity. Chapter 3848. At this moment, more than 10 of the Wu family's upper echelons arrived one after another. They all bowed and waited for the person in the carriage to come out. The carriage was parked in a relatively spacious square in the Wu residence. Everyone else had been dismissed. The younger generation of the Wu family had just been kicked out of the Wu residence. The Wu family was also afraid that the Starflame Marquis would come to exterminate them. They really could not afford to offend the Starflame Marquis. They did not know how they had offended this big shot. "Don't be afraid, it's not the patriarch. It's my business," Uncle Li said. Uncle Li had followed the Starflame Marquis for many years. No one knew his strength, and no one knew that he was an assassin. They only knew that those who could follow the Starflame Marquis for many years, even if they were servants, were not ordinary people. "Uncle Li, may I ask what is the matter?" The Wu family's patriarch was an old man. Even in front of Uncle Li, he was very humble. Xinxiang came down from the carriage and asked, "Where's Wu Yu?" When these seniors saw Xinxiang, a handsome young man, and then asked about Wu Yu, their hearts immediately turned cold. They thought that Wu Yu was the one who caused this trouble. "Quickly call Wu Yu over," Uncle Li said. "May I ask who this young master is?" The Wu family patriarch asked. "He is the patriarch's friend, young Master Shen." Uncle Li said, "A friend of the Starflame Marquis? How could he become a friend of the Starflame Marquis at such a young age? If it was the descendant of the Starflame Marquis's friend, then everyone would feel that it was very normal. Don't worry, young Master Wu, you said that I owe him a sum of crystal stones. I'm here to ask him to look at the promissory note. Because my memory is not very good, I don't remember how much I owe him." Xinxiang said, "Please come in." The Wu family patriarch hurriedly said, then stepped aside to let Uncle Li and Xinxiang enter the living room. Xinxiang and Uncle Li sat in the living room. The rest of the Wu family stood, not daring to sit down. "Seniors, please take a seat. This kid is here to repay his debt, not to cause trouble." Xinxiang politely cupped his hands to everyone. Young Master Shen's bearing is truly extraordinary. It is rare among the younger generation. We have already sent someone to call Wu Yu. Please wait patiently. If Wu Yu has offended you in any way, we will definitely punish him severely. If we find out that Wu Yu has committed a grave mistake, his life and death will be decided by young Master Shen. Patriarch Wu said. The old fellows present all had bitter smiles on their faces. They could only sit down. All of them wished they could skin Wu Yu alive. Since Uncle Li had used Marquis Xingyan's carriage to bring him here, he must be Marquis Xingyan's esteemed guest. Everyone in the Wu clan knew this. It was obvious that Wu Yu was the one who had caused all this trouble. Young Master Shen was very magnanimous and polite on the surface. Otherwise, he would have asked Marquis Xingyan to step in and wipe out the Wu family. Not long after, Wu Yu was called back. Wu Yu didn't know what was going on. The person who called him over only told him that the elders in his family were looking for him urgently. Wu Yu entered the hall and saw Xinxiang sitting at the head of the table. That was the most honorable seat in the Wu family. When he saw Xinxiang and his seat, Wu Yu's legs went soft and his mind went blank. His heart felt like it was about to shatter. "I'm finished." Wu Yu immediately realized that Xinxiang's background was not ordinary. His background might be even more amazing than Yi Xingyun's. He should have known that such a good-looking young man was definitely not an ordinary person. "Young Master Wu, you said that I borrowed a sum of crystal stones from you 2 months ago. My memory is not very good, so I don't remember how much I owe you. I think it was 10 million. Can you show me the receipt?" Xinxiang asked. "Young Master Shen, I... Wu Yu's legs went soft when he met the cold and murderous gazes of the elders. He knelt on the ground and trembled. "Young Master Shen was brought here by Uncle Li. This is Uncle Li." Patriarch Wu said coldly, "Wu Yu, you better show the receipt. Let young Master Shen know how much he owes you and how much he owes you. I will help him pay it back." Chapter 3849. Xinxiang followed Uncle Li into a spacious room. There was a stone table in the middle and there was a golden disc on the table. Place both of your hands on the disc and release your strongest blood qi. This test can only measure the most basic blood qi. When you use various techniques or when you're in a dangerous situation, it's possible to stimulate a stronger blood qi, Uncle Lee said. In this kind of testing environment, only the most basic blood energy could be measured. The strength of one's blood energy had a lot to do with one's techniques and emotions. The basic blood energy test can roughly judge a person's level, so there's no need to use various combat techniques to test. Uncle Lee was worried that the test would not be accurate, so he reminded Xinxiang. Xinxiang nodded his head. He placed both of his hands on the round plate in the middle of the stone table, then took a deep breath and circulated the blood and divine energy in his body. After transforming into a powerful blood energy, it gushed out from his arms. He did not use all his strength, only about 50%. A stream of blood energy surged out and entered the golden disc. The disc flashed with a golden light, and the stone table shook. Uncle Lee, who was watching from the side, was secretly shocked because this blood qi was not weak. According to his experience, it was at least phase 20. Soon, a string of numbers appeared on the disc's mirror-like surface. 25. Amazing! Uncle Lee exclaimed. At such a young age, not to mention the 5th level of the Tao person realm, his blood energy was already at level 25. Xinxiang was also a little surprised. He thought that his blood energy would be around level 20, but when he suppressed half of it, it was actually at level 25. In other words, his blood energy was now at level 50. Uncle Lee, what's your cultivation? Xinxiang asked. 8th level of the Tao person realm. Uncle Lee shook his head and sighed. It's too difficult to break through. The head of the Lin family seems to be at level 8 of the Tao person realm. Xinxiang said. Yes, but his blood energy is not as strong as mine. It's dozens of levels lower than mine. Generally speaking, if one's blood energy is 10 levels lower than mine, they won't be able to beat me. Uncle Lee said. Unless their techniques are better than mine and their equipment is stronger. Are there many people at the 9th level of the Tao person realm? In Xinxiang's opinion, the Taoist realm was really weak, and he still hadn't found the realm above the Taoist realm. Patriarch, he is at the 9th level of the Tao person realm. Above, that would be the 10th layer, and one would be conferred the title of sovereign personage. Even the Heavenly Flame Great Emperor is also at the 10th level of the Tao person realm. However, Great Emperor realm figures have higher blood qi. Uncle Lee said. Xinxiang was very puzzled. What was wrong with proud Xuan? The land of this world was actually a Taoist realm cultivator as well. In these 100,000 years, had the cultivation of the people of the world-defying era regressed so much? Or was there some kind of power that was suppressing the growth of living beings? He didn't know, but he always felt that this wasn't so simple. Something must have happened in the past 100,000 years. Uncle Lee, is the peak of the 5th level of the Tao person realm equivalent to 100 levels of blood qi? Xinxiang asked again. The 5th level of the Tao person realm is to refine your bones. When all the bones in your body have been refined, your blood qi will naturally reach 100 levels. Of course, some people have a better foundation. After refining all the bones, their blood qi will exceed 100 levels. Generally speaking, after refining all the bones in the body, the blood qi will exceed 100 levels. This is a talent. According to the records, the most talented person is at the peak of the 5th level of the Tao person realm. Uncle Lee laughed. This person is also the current head disciple of the Supreme Immortal Sect. Xinxiang did not feel how many bones he had tempered, but his blood qi was already 50. If he were to temper all the bones in his body, he would definitely be 100. At least 300 of them would be like this. He felt that this was very normal, because he knew that he was very strong. Suddenly, Yi Hua's soft shout came from outside. Uncle Li, where are you? Hua has urgent matters to discuss with you. Uncle Li smiled at Xinxiang and said, Young Master Shen, let's hurry up and leave. Yi Hua was in the hall outside. When she heard footsteps, she hurriedly said, Tonight's banquet is about to begin. Can you help me find young Master Shen? I want to invite him to participate.